Breaking! Oh! Hello! Hi! Cries. I'm gonna see if this is still broken. Hopefully it's not, though. But hello, everybody! I'm fixed, I think. Shit's gay. I just wanted to play with the new items in Live 2D, and my shit broke. My shit broke. Where's the other hat? Where's the other hat? I want the other hat. Oh, the wacky. Oh wait, bonkers. Need for the head pat. I'm sorry. I think they broke because I was messing with something. I was messing with something. I see a new other hat. Oh, there's the other hat. This is the other hat that they have in Live TD now. It's the other one. And then back layer back. Like summers for the good time. Roses. Why is this not doing the thing? There you go. Wear me out like Prada, devil in my details. Isn't it cute? I mean, I can't put my head down, but I think it's pretty cute. It's cute though, huh? Looks like I'm going out for a nice summer day. Oh, there. I like that it has a nice shadow on the face as well. It's cool. Okay, anywho. Ready to go over all of these normie props? Yeah. Yeah, it's also, I have to turn the clipping off on my bangs. Because it's clipping to my bangs and not my head. Ah. Oh, that would do it too, yeah. I mean, I could try to test it really quick. I kind of want to just play with it for a second. What did he say? That's what I get for having 20/20 hindsight. Okay. Actually, it doesn't look like it's actually clipping to that. Let me see, so stick to me like a rubber. Maybe that and that. Maybe that would fix it. You feel nothing as well. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, fuck. I turned off my face tracking. To get better over it all. I'm like not pinning it to the right spot. Where is it? To the rhythm. It is very possible that a rig is too good. Rig too good is also kind of frame ratey, but it's cool though. The ideation is cool though. I think like the other one they have, which I think would work a lot better, is this one. Big potential, yeah, big potential. Yeah, this one being able to split, and then like having it on like the front and the back of the model. Oh, it'd have to be like. I'm too big. Oh. Wait, how big is this supposed to be? Is it supposed to be like here? I don't know. cause the model looks awfully big. But it's like cool that you can see like it's going behind me. That's cool. I feel like maybe my arms are too wide. Maybe that's right. I'll take what I'm given. Like that. Because if I turn, it turns too far. But it's still cool though. It's still hella cool though. To be able to pin things behind you is really cool. Go away. I hope you guys are excited for squid painting later. Lurk need to finish writing this bit, but I look forward to the painting. Sounds good. I will DM you when it is time for painting. For painting. Okay, today. It was already done yesterday. Change cover. Okay, pixels. Just up in the clouds, but jealous that we found something so out of the ordinary. Sanctuary. Wait. I just realized I need the end video broadcast thing. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, hopefully it'll work. I want a Mike Tyson version? What does that mean? Pithin? You pithin? Oh, God, I hope. Oh, it works now. I could make a pithin version. Hold on. Let me fix this. Okay, and now it... Okay, now we're good. God damn, bro. Because I realized I need to have the NVIDIA stuff on because, we did stuff for my camera. No, we did stuff for my camera. That's why I have to change it. Hi, Rhino. Yeah, I had to change it because, the camera. What does this button do? Settings? Hold on. I'll just start up. Configure performance. Do I have to minimize it or can I close it? Me home, I'm high. Move stuff around. To find something so out the ordinary. How you lay me down. Okay. If I oh, this just makes it wide. Okay, that just makes it wide. If I close it. Okay, that's what I did before. Is I just whatever. But I hope everybody's having a good day. What did he say? Wait, what was this one? Oh, okay. I hate the keys actually made me pay more attention. I'm literally pick HD. Content shorts. Thank you for that, Bats. What is today? Okay. I gotta change something in my pure F, I think. I Uncheck these guys. This guy's done. This one. Oops. You try out the shoulder swap thing while you're painting today? Shoulder swap? Shoulder swap? Oh shit, you're right. Wait, I could do that right now. Oh wait, I see what you're saying. Hold on. That took me like 10 tries. Run, please. Okay. Create new expression. Oh my god, my eye itches. Okay. Multiply, -1. Yeah. So. Ooh, it's freaking out a little bit. Just. Okay, done, and then. Now I think I just gotta. I think I forgot what I'm doing. I need to take my meds. My eye itches. I'm dying. There's too much. Alright. That's the problem. I got it. So if I'm looking at chat. Okay. Now it looks like I'm looking forward. Okay, yep, okay. Brain thoughts are happening. Hi Zoe, how are you? Vocal stim, you got it, cat. Sorry. Those chickens! Yeah. I don't want that one. I want that one. Succulent Chinese meal? Hell yeah. Okay. We all said it before, but again and again. I love her. Okay, so this one. Test camera. Okay, so if I click this. And then I look. I can't tell if it's working. Hold on. I have to turn the, oh, okay. I forgot that is okay. I'm just gonna move this over here. So yeah, now if I'm looking at my monitor, if I look at my monitor, if I look this way, yeah, and then if I look like this, yeah, it looks like I'm looking up at the screen, and if I look this way, which is looking at you guys, my brain's trying to like math this. I think I kind of look more, where is it? Like that. So now it's like I'm looking at you guys. So it's like, oh, Elaine's working and doing stuff. And she's paying attention and doing stuff. And then I'm looking around. And then I'm looking at you guys. Which makes it look like I'm looking like front and center. Yeah, I think that works. I think. It's just weird to get used to, I guess. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Thank you for the Pepixos. Okay, now I gotta fix this guy. So got 2 videos to do today. I'm fighting. I don't feel I ignore. Oh my god, my eye. Oh, I gotta put a go live post. God darn it. Oh, too much. You care to not fight. I don't feel I ignored. Am I dreaming? Totally forgot that thing I was just talking about, the thing where your head and shoulders go in different direction, but it also seem to be working well. Oh, you mean this one? Where my head is like this thing? Ow, ow, ow. I'm taking my hairband out and it hurts. Hold on, I have to fix my hair. My hair is all over the place. I think so. I just remember the little shoulder dance you liked. Oh, the little shoulder dance happens. I set that on automatically all the time. See? That's default now. Cause I load my model twice. It loads when I open the program, and then it loads again when I start stream, because my ahoge is off by accident, and so I just fixed it by reloading the model. Ow, 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 my hair. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so it automatically does the shoulder thing, because I like it. Alright, there you go. I say there we go, and my hair is like pulling. My hair is pulling, and it hurts. Whoop! Alright, I'll just lurk today. I'm just gonna lurk in Gordy's stream today. Say, boy, I was streaming, I wanna. Oh, I forgot, Havoc's playing Dune Awakening. Ooh, Monty's playing Barrow Trauma. Squig's when? Squig's in a few hours. Do you want me to DM you, Devouring, when it's time? I already have to message Pixels when it's time. So, I have a little bit of work to do, but then I could DM you if you want. I totally don't mind. Please? Okay, I got you. Hold on. Devouring. I'm just getting our chat open, so that way I can be prepared. Alright, there's something else in here I want to change. Okay. I've always been waiting. Don't feel I ignore. I'm dreaming. Everyone like us. Feeling. It's all too much. Is there a dash? There is a dash. I just want to change the emojis on this. All too much. That one would be for V stars, so I take this one. Why is that so big? I'm wishing for you. Oops. What the heck? Make it smaller. I don't know why Pure Ref is breaking. There we go. Can feel you all around me. There you go. I don't know why PureRef is breaking so hard. It does not want to use these icons. Okay. What is you? Let's do 8. 8. There you go. Breathing, holding, feeling like. Alright, who's coming out today for this? I think. Yeah, it's Cabal. Cabal's is today. We should go over there. Stars. Wait, no. I need to post Eggies today. I don't know why I would put this over here first. I can feel you all around, thickening the air I breathe. Whoops. Give it to you, I will love me all I am. Whenever leave me, I believe you, I believe I can feel you all around me, sinking me. I'm breathing, holding on to, feeling vapor in these hands. Okay, that's all good to go. Invisible. By the noise. We can change this to this. Confirm. Alrighty, that's all good to go. There you go. My fan was too high, making my legs way too cold. Oh, oh. Oh. What have I done? There you go. Oh, right. Do you say episode number 5. All. I scroll up. I want to take this one. Now we do tags. What is the word they say? It's unique. this one. I think I need to go to the bathroom. I did not go to the bathroom this morning because I was busy. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick once I post this, and then we'll be right back, and we'll make sure everything is all prepped to go on the socials, and then we'll work on some stuff. The video editing. Alright, I returned. Alrighty. Boop. Hello. Alright. No song and mixtape. What the fuck? Oh. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. It should work now. Okay. There we go. What the heck? Weird. Weird. Shush. Okay, that's prepared. That's good. I'm just gonna delete this. Waiting for, are you waiting for? I'm standing here. I'm standing here. Waiting for. Okay, this is prepared. This can go. This is just Twitch. Switch account, this one. No. What is today? You waiting for? What are you waiting for? I've been standing here. I've been standing here. Oh, that's why. I was like, what the fuck? So June 2nd is Friday, so Monday, Thursday, and then this is today. Oh. And then insert image. Oh my god, the fucking, oh my god, that scared me. Huh! June 2nd. Oops. Insert image. Okay, so freak. Show me. You freak. Oh, I never did a go live post. God damn it. That's okay. No, it's not okay because I need a post that I'm doing stuff today. Out. I change this to the 4th. So I'm a goober. Yep. It's the 5th. Okay. Freak. You are me. Freaky. Oop. She's a little freak. Freaky. She's a little freak. That's not. was hoping just to get like this Squig Warhammer images. I just kind of want to images the model. Freak. Copy image. God damn it. Okay. One sec, I'm getting a phone call. That was my eye doctor saying I need to go back to the eye doctor. I have to find a different eye doctor because I don't know if they're covered by my insurance. Yippee! There you go. This perspective is like dog. I wish I had a different perspective of the box. Oh well. PNG selection only X. Okay. Should work now. Yep. Twitch promos. Yep. Doing some video editing. Oh, wrong way. Madonna, creepy colors, yes, you belong. I can run, leave me dry, trying on, but it lie. This guy, blue sky. Oh, wearing nothing but your perfume. It's one hell of a view. Maybe I'm not sure I refuse. Please come on over and ruin my life. Alright, now we do the VOD for last week, which is going to be Tuesday, Wednesday. Insert. You can tie me down, you can tie me up. And the ego trip making me drunk. And you know it, you're not gonna have my time. Your only vice, for wearing nothing but your perfume. Hell of a view. I'll be bad for you. Honey, please come on over and ruin my life. And on the edge, dragon knife. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. 29th. Twitch promos, thumbnails, art. 29th? Yep. Which means I can move these to May. Just come on over and ruin my life. And only dance on the edge of a knife. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. La da 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 da. Just goodbye, my baby. Hold me in your arms, nuts like you do. Down. Public. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do it like that. Stay, baby, would you cry now? What's the time now? Listen by my baby, hold me in your arms just like you do. Hi Rainer! Happy Thursday. Hope you're having a great one. Thank you for the cheek pap. Oh, this one. Breaks me down. Okay, that's that. The VODs are good. Stay, baby, don't you cry now. No, please goodbye, my baby. Hold me in your arms just like you do. I don't think I need this, I think. No, yeah, we're good. Oops. Over. Oops. Alrighty. I'll do this one first. Alrighty. Ah! It's not responding. What the fuck? That was scary. Since I set him free. Oh, this was the wrong one. It's this one. Whatever makes you stay. I wanna now. I touch it to break. Away from you now. God, does it feel so good? But I'm where I want him now. Oh, you know you would. Oh, this is a very normal looking area. It's just more green. Yeah, never change. Our projects. I'm not about to get to you. Grass. Create common 0. Just feel so yeah, this works. One of them involving makes you break. I want it now. Makes you break. Away from you now. God, does it feel so good? God, does it feel so cool? Think about you out of my head. Also, I have to think about Pog. Okay. This one, like clips. I think like here and then here we would do 0.73. Get you out of my head. Feel the love and all I think about. And 3.6. Cool. And then if I just make sure that the rest of these are 0.73 with -496 on the Y. And I gotta check the cropping of this dude. Overfront is 78, 78, 760. I like this part. I probably like this part. Sticking up for your heart was breaking and Hi, Kiwi. Hi. Hi. How you doing? Hi. I'm here for the daily dose of funny dwogs. Funny dwogs. Am I a funny dwog? Am I just that addicting? I'm kidding. I was a little cringy, but I hope it was funny to you at least. I think that's fine. Currently out. Say sorry, was waiting on a different story. This time I'm mistaken for having you a heart worth breaking. And I've been wrong, I've been down from the bottom of every bottle. These 5 words in my head, in my way. I wish I was a divorced dad sometimes. Sometimes, because I feel like it'd be funny. You make my wife ask why I'm smiling. Oh, yippee! Well, you make me smile every day, Kiwi. You're my favorite Kiwi. There is no Kiwi on this earth that can replace you. You are one of the kind. And very coincidental that we live near each other when I used to live in Colorado, so more reason of bonding. Do you make that anime character thing yet for me to react to? Have you done that? Have you done that yet? I'm just curious. No rush. I'm just curious. I know you're probably at work right now, so. Bugtopia was on June 2nd. Take that, Froggy's bird. I didn't know Froggy's bird was named Kiwi as well. No, you're my favorite Kiwi. Don't put me down. Stop, baby. Like this section. Baby, I'll be... Let's see. I have to like fast forward this. Change speed. Right now, maybe it'll fit better. Make it in here. Streamer picking favorites. SMH my head. You're my favorite Vexed. I don't know another Vexed. So, if that makes you feel better. I don't know another Vexed. Like, I know a Vexipur, but that's very different than Vexta. Because their name has an X and yours doesn't. So it's very different in my opinion. Oops. I think I kind of want to show off that it's on my stream. I ADHD forgot to do it when I got home, and I don't go in the office when my father-in-law is working. Oh, that's fine. That's valid. That's fine. You got plenty of time. Maybe I shouldn't show the part where I'm like buying bugs because I didn't realize that it was full. Cool. I need music. Maybe I'll be bulletproof. Okay, how long? 10 minutes? Post. I'm getting my wife's RX right now, but I can do it when I get back. No rush, Kiwi. On God, no rush. Even if you're like, here, Elaine, here's a folder of images. That's fine. You know, on God. Like, I'm down for whatever. I'll take this one. Thanks, Schwarzborg. When you called, I could escape. Everything together. I put some effort. That's valid. I appreciate that. I really do. I appreciate that a lot. Also, have you checked VGen? I have not. Hold on, what? I have not today. Do I have things? I have DMs. Oh, Kiwi, shit! Spicy Nuggy management. Trying to be like response. I'm streaming. I think I'm good without the TTS. Feel free to. I check my services again. Miscellaneous request. What would you like, Kiwi? Hold on, let me blur this. I don't know if. Oh, it's cool. Okay. Whoa, wee wee. Wee wee. You're wee wee. Okay. Bet. Okay. I want my own VOD to bring my wee wee. Wee wee. I just have a little wee wee. Like a kiwi fruit homunculus built to look like a bird and made from knickknacks. And a goblin would find me. Okay. Okay. Alright, cool, yeah. I also have a popsicle request. Pog? Okay. Let me see something. I just gotta make sure my live 2D thing is still... Yeah, no, I love wee wee. 10 for plush, pet 10. Oh, wait, no, let's do 20. Just do arm pose 10. 10. Wait, that's 15. I'm doing the wrong one. Save form, so that would be. Hold on, so that would be 60 for base, 30 for 70 in total. So, just making sure. Huh? I love Gawk. Oh man, I love you guys. Expressions and then additional purpose. No problemo. Either. I hope you had a great stream. Awesome. I can do it from. Okay. You want a BLT? Kiwi, did you? I'll DM you actually. I'll just DM you about it. Open, close now. Boo. Something you say, something you do. I think I did part of this wrong. Yes, I think I did. Where is it? It's not that. Where is it? To take the other side. I am so confused. Okay, so in the miscellaneous request? Weird, okay. A. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can do. I think that's good. Okay, cool. All right. I forgot what I was doing. I was doing this stuff. I need to delete all the way up to Wednesday. Up until Thursday, actually. Oops. And Thursdays. Yeah, we're good. And then this one, I need to add art June 4th. And then profile. My human-sized dog bed. Alright, cool. And then back. Make sure this guy's doing okay. Sure there's nothing we need to reply to because that's very important. And then I want to look at Vograce. Actually, no, I have to look at Throne really quick. Because I want to do that thing. I want to do the thing! Because I'm very excited for the thing. Boop. Can't set up. Okay. Here I am next. I didn't realize I never finished setting this up, which is crazy. Well, I guess they added the other gifts, the cash gifts for other, okay. Okay, I'm heading back home. Drive safe! Drive safe, soldier! I will be here holding down the fort. Oh, are you really here to cut me off? Oh, baby, just to turn me off. 'Cause these days, I would be lying if I told you. Oh, God. Oh, my God, I have to actually enter in information. Okay. Oh, the river running right into you. What do you mean I have to do this? Can I skip for now? Oh, my body, flesh and bone, yeah. Who's not your worry, earth below? I don't know this information off the top of my head. Say to what to buy. Oh my gosh. Sip the gossip, drink till you choke. Sip the gossip, turn down your smoke. Not iconic, you are just like them all. Look like you don't know, so sip the gossip, drink till you choke. Oh my God, how many codes are you gonna send to my phone? God Lord. Iconic, you are just like them all. You act like you don't know. Sip the gossip. You go, tip the gossip, turn down your throat. Iconic, you are just like them all. Okay, hold on. Not iconic, you are just like them all. Don't act like you don't know, so sip the gossip, drink till you choke. Sip the gossip, burn down your coke. And not iconic, you are just like them all. No, do I not have a picture of my ID anywhere? Did I delete it? I might have deleted it. The gossip, take to you, Joseph. The gossip, turn down your smoking on. Iconic, you are just like them all. Frick, I'll have to be right back. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. I have returned. Okay. Valid photo ID. Photo ID. Photo ID. Continue. Oh, it's one of these situations. Oh, go down just like Holy Mary, Mariana cross the sun. Tickle you internally, and I see nothing wrong with that. Oops. Oh, fuck. I didn't mind to do that. It's just for fools. Submit. What do you mean? What? God, I have to do it again. Screams. If you choose to run away with me, I will tickle you internally, and I see nothing wrong with that. Wait, what? Oh. What? Okie dokie. I set that up. Alright, cool. 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 Alright, set that up. Thank God. Alright. interested. Pog. Goggle. Goggle. I should also do this. Timeline, create subtitle for audio, 1 create. Okay, okay. I have to blur the screen now. I'm just a rat in a cage. Oh my god. Do PayPal. Yup. Yep. It's 3 inches. Single side printing. Front side is epoxied. Accessory is a custom clamps. Accessory color iridescent. Yeah, I think we're good. Visual presentation. Rage, I'm still just a rat in the cage. Oh, I have to make sure. Oh. Rage, I'm still just a rat in the cage. Yep, okay, we're good. It has been done, chat. Just wanted to avoid charm. Of the Hi, Shadow. Hi. Sorry, I'm making my own merch. Not really, but kind of. The example. Close. Oh, I needed that actually, I think. And let's make this lower. That was very loud, but I like it. It was the word of the Lord. The Lord goes. On my bugs and snails. Days. species, backgrounds. Thanks to the devs and keymailer. Lots of fun. Oh. Oh my god. 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 Addicted. Too annoying. Wanted to have a nicer process of mine. If you'd like to 10%. I don't know how long that discount will last though. That's okay. I think it'll be fine. I'm just gonna restart this boy. Get this done. Change cover. This one. I love the song. Go for lunch. On my tongue, you think she could be the one. Labels, render, save. Oh no, this needs subtitles. That can be rendered. I probably should do that today too. Okay. Take him home. With that girl for lunch, yeah, she spices on my tongue. Tastes like she could be the one. Enough, baby, so much stuff. It's a craving, not a crash out. Dun, 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 dun. Pictures in the mirror. Oh my god, her sins are clear. Not over here. Well, before her, and I say it again. Interested in more than just being your friend. Just wanna pretend. Know how to defend. 123. My time. I wish I could go out and learn and grow bugs and snails and more. Hopefully Bugtopia has come to save us from the dull humdrum or boring workdays with 300 plus lifelike bugs to collect. Lifelike bugs to collect, grow, breed. But we can play. How do I do this? Something about it. There's a Pomodoro timer. Just to make sure you're setting healthy habits for yourself while getting that bread. Demo. Try. Demo. I'll grow mushroom. Have to check this game out. A, B, C. My vague IDs. A. Cool. Okay, that one's done. No one's good. Okay. Just gonna go do the club clippings really quick, and then we can do the V-Stars video, and then we can make some squeaks. Shouldn't take too long. Dying, figure out what she's hiding. Better than I do. Color, let's only target this color, okay. Moving it up. Rubies. Next, I'm out. Okay, out of fuck do what's just hiding? I mean, you have for a worm you oh fuck. It's like do you oop, you I'm just copy this one, this fake. Cool. Is that I'm done? I said to my mom. Snap captions. We just need to do text-based for this one. Every time she rolls around, I'm trying to run away. Every single day. Grape, mango, or grape. Like without it, I don't think the one I wanna give you. And take another. I just need your love. I was 11 years old. What the fuck? In the house with her. Ah, there we go. Cancel. Ew. To give you up just to buy another one. And take another puff. This is like a second. It's like, oops. Is that right? When there's no one else around, and you in awkward silence, don't you dare feel that way. Not even reminders of how you don't feel the same. Feeling pain, listening to you harp about some. wake up one day and to me confess your love, at least just to be said there when I talk to you. Okay, right there when shoots narrow my heart. I sound like a lunar touch. And the border. Like 5. 6.5 settings. 1. Reduce it. The girl to do. I know that's the unrequited, terrifying love. I think I'm holding a password. How are you unsure? How are you unsure, my friend? Does it have your mug on it? Does it have your mug on it? That's a pretty good key. If your mug's on it. From the start. I loved you from the start. I look extra ugly and everything. It came today. Nice little win. It came today. Nice little win. Hell yeah. I'm glad. Poop. 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 Oh my god. Poop. My butt. Shit. Next. Nope, let's do green. Oh, nope, 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 yellow. What the flick? You have sounds for a worm. And that. What the flick? And then be beginner. Good lord. Alright, okay, I want to add some emotes in this really quick. And so it's emotes, okay. Emotes. OBR think. Where's the think one? Oops. Move track down. There we go. This one, position zoom apply, but I would scoot it over a bit. And then I would move this ew to be here. Yeah, there we go. beginner. And then this one, and then this one. Apply. Okay, so like, let's look at it. Cool. Ooh, my mother. Like, where you at tonight? Got no alibi. I was all alone with the love of my life. She's got glitter for skin, my radiant beam in the night. I don't need no light to see you. Alright, video editing, V stars. We need to put in Plib's first clip, which is the intro clip. Oh, not that. Not that either. Intro this one. We just do lovers. Sitting in the cars, driving nowhere fast, running through the summer. Alright, okay. Alone with the love of my life, she's good. Baby, in the night. This one, and then hi Mia, how did you sleep, my love? I hope you slept good. Oops. Clips. How are you doing? How did my gorgeous sleep? By Shayla. How did you sleep? Boop. I am Eep. Understandable. You were up late crunching. You were crunching. But you are doing... Hey, did you look at Discord? I can right now. I'm looking at it right now. What am I looking at? Oh, it's my son! It's my son! Ah, it's so true. That's so true. Ah! Oh, I wish I could play it, but I can't. Mario Kart. I just want to be a cow. I love Mario Kart cow. Is it? Find location. And clips. I had it just for you. Thank you, Shadow. And thank you for the head pats, my love. Okay, so I want the section that's like after that then. what the heck? Okay, hold on. I'll feed my cats and stuff, so I'll be right back. No problem. Tell the kitties I say hi. Wait, what the hell is happening? So I want... this part. And here. There we go. There you go. I got it. I got it in the end. We got there in the end. Link clips. On link clips. Put this up here. Relink clips. Oh, actually, I want the cropping of this. Honestly, position offline. Alright, cool. And then... alright, and then this one. You will never be a white one for you. I could never be a woman. Alright, and then... let's do the subtitles. Never be a woman. Turn this on. Probably does. Alright, I gotta make sure that David Spade is the correct person. Yeah, okay. Chuckles. Not well. That was oh my god, my eyes. The amazing clip bit. Plib. Does plib? Do they spell their name with two B's? Cause I know it's plebit, but it's like. Oh, I did this backwards. Plib is be that easy, babe. Oh my god. Plibs. Vibes. The city. Wednesdays and Fridays. Is Froggy's model. Go. Okay, and then let's do I don't think it matters. Or what you say or what you do. 78, 26. 78. Oh, good. Just a week ago. Not even a week or so. As a compliment, house full of homies, so the opposite. Alright, the future. Okay, going through this. Hold up. Okay, that's the only one like that, so. You. Let's do it like there. Do. Oh, I'll be with you. And then effects. I'm back with string cheese and monster energy. What flavor? What flavor did you get? All my friends go. Enzo. Pacific Punch. It's fruit punch, but I love it. It's just fruit punch, but I love fruit punch. The fruit punch flavor is good. It is good. Okay, and then this one. Let's do this one. Maybe some of this one. What you do? What you do? Let's do like this. I got a pack with a fruit punch, pipeline guava, and the mango juice one. Ooh, that sounds good. I just got envtuber. I don't think I have a video of the Oblivion remake. It would be this one. Oops. Well, that's fine. Don't need a key. Please. You should. You get 10% off, but I think it's really good. I'm currently drinking their lychee flavor for hydration because God knows I'm dehydrated. So, and it's pretty good. Let's do it here. I think I should do it like that, and then like this one. Apply. Oh my god. Right there and there. Cool. I gotta relaunch the bad boy. Let's see. Let me see. Ooh, what's this one? I like this one. I like it. Alright, close. Bavinky, how are you, by the way? How'd you sleep? I slept pretty good. I had this overwhelming dream that I was hanging out. I was hanging out in my stream server, in the Milk Club server, and fucking Iron Mouse joined the chat, and one by one she invited all of her friends to my Discord server, and she was still streaming, so we were just hanging out quietly, but every now and again she would talk to me, along with, like, all of her other friends, and I was like, what? It was very confusing. I was very stressed when I woke up. I woke up and I was like, oh god, that's very stressful. Break of dawn. Yeah, I don't know. It seemed like it would be a good dream, but it was very stressful to me. Do you meet Baby No Money in the dream since he's friends with her now? I did not, but the other day I had a dream about being friends with Baby No Money, and I was like, I don't understand why you want to be my friend. I'm literally a nobody. Like, literally, I told that to him. I was like, I don't understand, because I lucid dream, so, like, I understand things that are happening in my dream, and I can react to them. And I told him, I'm like, Baby Money, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know why you want to be my friend. I'm just a dude. I'm just a guy. I'm just a gal. I'm just a little dude. And he just smiled, and I was like, okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah. And it was a very stressful dream to have it was Iron Mouse, there was Droll, there was Sayu, there was Chibidoki, there was Monarch, like fucking, it was very stressful. It was a very big call, and we were all just kind of quietly hanging out. Some of them were streaming, some of them weren't, and I was like, I'm very stressed to be here. I can't leave my computer, and I don't know what to do. But yeah. Yeah. I have weird dreams a lot of the time, because I can lucid dream. I just kind of exist with my dreams. I wish I could... I don't understand why I don't mirror that. I should mirror that. But I'm kind of lazy and I don't want to. Okay. Anywho. What I do is alone, you get to know and you get to show and you do and I just do and you don't want to do. Pixel's like, oh, it's because it's meant to be, and I'm like, that's a lot of stress, dog. That's a lot of fucking stress. Shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me. Okay, not those ones. It was these ones. There you go. It's meant to be because I had a stream dream yesterday too. It's all coming together. God. Oh goodness. Let me very. That's just maybe who knows. Does he look like David's baby? Does he look like? Title. Like, as cool as it would be to hang out with all those people, that would also be very stressful. We don't hold me at any point. There's a variety streamer plays a ton of different games from Nancy Drew. God damn it. Different games from Nancy Drew, sim games, and even the new Oblivion remake. Lib's vibes are extremely entertaining, sweet, and super welcoming, and they stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So catch them over on Twitch so you don't miss out. Sure they don't miss out on any of their hilarious moments together. Yeah, get it, yeah. Good. Alright, and boop, 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 boop. Cool. Cool. Alright. I think we're done. I think we are done, chat. You know what that means? I think that means squig time. I think that means squig time, which means I think I paint stuff for a while. Alright. I gotta move stuff. I got DM people. Squig time. Then we need Excite song. Yeah, give me one. Give me. And then we also have to play Warhammer songs. I have the method devouring. Devouring. Where is devouring? There he is. Alright. A rainbow, Slaneesh, and Nurgle Squig walk into a bar. Squig time, yeah. I'm just changing makers. Crafting. Oh, they changed the makers and crafting one? Okay, why is that not on? Hello? 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 Why isn't it turning on? There we go. It works there. Okay. Why is it not? What the fuck? There we go. There we go. Hi. 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 Don't mind this tape. This is so that way I can know where my stuff sits. Alright. Hi everyone. I did my nails. They match my VTuber. There we go. I was like, well, how do I put my hands? Okay. Alright, hold on. I have to very carefully move this. I have my paint set up. Ta-da! And I have my squigs. Look at it. Look at it. Camera, focus. Focus. I have to do the makeup thing. Squig. Squig face. Wait, I have to go turn on the other light. Hold on. There we go. And then I have to turn on this light harder. That's right. I forgot. Fucking squig. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Squig. Studio mode. Okay. My eyeballs. Actually, oh my god, I had an idea. Wait. Okay, hold on. Oh my god, my eyes. Oh, wait. Focus down here. There you go. Squig, yeah, my squigs. I have that one, and then I have this one. Hold on, I have an idea. Paint. Graphics. Should have thought of this beforehand, but it's okay. We can do like a few of these. And like some of these or something. No, you guys can't see what I'm doing. Give me a second. Download. My eyeball, it itches. So, fun fact, I have the same rings as my VTuber does. The gold ring and the blue ring are the ones that I wear, and we have the same nail color. It's real. I'm not a liar, I'm a truther. Alright, image. Download this one. I know this is not the same, but like just imagine. Imagine that they are. What the fuck? Can I like squish it? I forgot how to squish. There we go. Yeah, there we go. I'll make something to eat soon then do my nails while you paint squigs? Fuck yeah. There we go. There we go. Okay. Alright. I have to like move my keyboard like away though. Go over there. And I gotta move this over here. It's my palette of brushes. And then, oh my god. Okay, I have to move my phone. My drink needs to go away. I have to slowly flip this. Oh my god. Okay. And we have our little workstation and our wet palette. Pixels has kitted us out. Looks like our wet palette's doing okay. I kind of want to put my wet palette somewhere else, but I need my mouse to stay there. Okay. I have to sit nice in my chair. Okay. Am I kind of thinking of putting you guys here? You see BLT right there? Okay. Alright. Okie dokie. I don't know what I'm doing, so got this. We also have the squeezy bottle. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. The water. I'll just wait. Okay. Okay. I don't know what I want to do first. I have to paint the base color. This is a pretty good size. Do I have anything else? This one could be okay. No, I think I want to use this one because this one's like flat. This is like flat. You are painting. Yeah, apparently. Okay. I think I'm gonna actually put the wet palette right here. I think that's my plan. And then, yeah. Okay. So we have a range of colors. Who is what? Slaneesh, Nurgle, and then this is the pride one. Okay, so we're gonna start with the green. I think. No, I have Nurgle green, don't I? You have Nurgle green, but that was gonna be the highlight. Okay, this is gonna be the base. Okay. I don't know if I'm supposed to get my. Am I supposed to get my brush wet first? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. I'm gonna get it like a little wet. Just like a little wet. Okay. And then I'm just gonna. I want to have like less paint. The Nurgle one is a good one to start with because Nurgle can be messy. Yeah. Okay. So I'm doing it. The first stroke is on. Oh wait, I should like do it here. I'm so shaky. I need my glasses. Where are my glasses? I need my glasses. Did you do your nails for us? I did. I did them yesterday. They match my VTuber. I did. I made my nails all pretty for you guys. Because they were a bit chipped on Tuesday. And I was like, ew. I want to show you guys chipped nails. I don't know if I want to. I kind of want to move. I don't know. I kind of like where it's sitting. It'll be fine. If you guys can't see it good, like, let me know, though. I can show you guys closer. I've never done a stream like this. I've built Legos on stream, but I feel like that is very different. Also, I think I need to make this light cooler. Hold your hands. Thank you. I have very shaky hands. If I'm focused, I have very shaky hands. Hold it. Is it this one? It is this one. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so ew. Okay. There we go. Alright. This would be a good time to, like, listen to Creepcast or something, you know? Okay, I think I can get a little bit more paint on this. I'm, like, going in, like, very scared. Because I don't know what I'm doing. And by I don't know what I'm doing, I more mean, like, I don't know the results of what I'm doing. Well, this guy's got, like, little, like, spores on him. Like, I don't know if you can see that. You see that? It's got, like, little spores right there. It's cool. For protection. I'm a little heavier on the paint, I think. Oh, I did it on his teeth. How the fuck do you people paint this tiny? How do you guys paint this tiny? How do you make sure it gets on everything? But, like, not the things you don't want it to get on. Because, like, now his teeth are green. Not that that's a bad thing. How the fuck are you supposed to paint his eyeballs? Like, hold on. I'm gonna use this key card. This key card? No. This fucking... How do you fucking paint his eyeball? Look at that. He's got a tiny... Fucking... You got, like, tiny-ass eyeball in it. Focus. 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 Okay, well, he got a tiny-ass eyeball. It'd be focusing on the monitor. Oh, is it because there's stuff on it? Alright, hold on. Is it focusing down here now? I think it's focusing on the phone. Dot and pray. The inside out method really works well on eyes. The inside out method? What does that mean? Use your brush with a very fine tip and then fix the mess later. Okay, I guess. Okay, I guess. I just feel like I should have just dunked him in some paint, you know? Trying to get in his little lips. His cute little lips. Me in there, boy. It's, like, hard because, like, his mouth has, like, a little gap in between it. So I'm just, like, shoving my brush in it and being like, yep. No, I want to listen. I gotta listen to the Warhammer playlist. Yep. Alright. I gotta get his, like, underbelly? What the fuck? How the fuck are you supposed to get his underbelly? First of all, I need more paint. Get in there. Get in there. Fuck yeah. Oh my god, I have to get his, like, underbutt. His underbutt. It's hard as fuck, dude. It's hard. It's like I want to make sure all the little crevices are good, but it's like at the same time it's like, you know, this shit's tiny. I need a smaller brush. I have to get the top part. The upper part of his lip isn't even painted. There we go. I can see, Devouring, why you said, like, matte is better, though. Because, like, when it's shiny, it's like, did I get all the spots? Okay, I think I got all of his... his foot's not done yet. The fuck? No wonder. Hi, V! Welcome back. Nice job with the 99 stars. That means tomorrow you get your 100. Fuck yeah. I'm just painting a Warhammer mini. Dude. You need, like, those magnifying glasses, you know? Thank you for the bonk. You need, like, those... You need, like, a... I wonder they wear the magnifying glasses. Oh shit, there's like a part right here. Right here. You get it? I need more paint. Boop, boop, boop. Gotta get in there. Get in there, boy. What the fuck? Why am I not... Hold on. Okay. They got it. Okay, cool. I think he's good. In terms of everything that needs to be green, I think he's good. Alright. He's good. He's greened up. Let me clean my brush. Let me get my dirty rag. Dirty rag. Alright. Alright, now I'm gonna do the purple. The Slaneesh boy. It's time to do the Slaneesh. Oh, I realized something is on my screen. Okay, there we go. The Slaneesh boy. That's this guy. Alright, it's this one. It's this guy. Focus. 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 He's got like gnarly spit and stuff. He's cool. I thought the tongue would be cool for Slaneesh one because I don't know, the tongue and stuff. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah! Oh my god, this is hard to open. Let me put this down. Trying to... Oh, the orange lid. I mean, I could do this. There we go. Look at that. Yeah. Gnarly face. Alright. Alright. Now we're gonna do the purple boy. I should have used... Hold on. And use like this wide brush to get paint out. And then like put it on the palette. Oh, okay. There we go. I think that'll be enough purple for now. Just close that, put that over there. Alright. Let me get the purple boy. This one's interesting. This one's a lot more thinner of a paint, I think. So I can still see a lot of like the under color as I paint it. Like I can see like it's much more sheer than the green that we just used. So this guy will probably need another coat. I also like that this guy's like jumping. He's not just like, he's like jumping. It's cool. Gotta take a nappy. Have a good nappy. Have a good nap. We'll be here. Painting Squigs. And how the fuck I'm gonna get in his mouth though. It's just gotta eat my paintbrush. Eat the paintbrush. Yeah, this purple's a lot more like sheer than I was thinking it would be. I think that's okay. Because it was like, you know, some of them are more sheer, so you'll have to do more than one coat. And I'm like, oh yeah, it's just like painting nails. So it kind of just feels like I'm painting a very weirdly shaped nail right now. Also realized I have to do the mushrooms. I don't know how I want to do the mushrooms. How the fuck? I'm gonna be honest. The people that do this stuff, so skilled. Because, like, this is so hard. Making sure every little crevice is painted. And I gotta do his underbelly, which is like the hardest part. Give me your belly, baby. Beep, 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 beep. blood run cold. I guess a little curled foot. He got curled peats. He got curled peats like a cat does. It's very cute. It's very hard to see if like the underside of him is like done. So I don't really have a light that like works with this that's super well. Like in the opposite direction of where I would want to check it, so it's kind of hard to tell. But we got this. Yeah, I think I got that bottom good. I get the under part of his tail though. Boop, boop, in the little butt. Let me wipe your little tushy, Squig boy. Cannon fodder. This paint dries a lot faster than I thought it would. I thought it would be like, cause I was originally gonna have Pixel spray paint like a base color on here, but I think the green one's like already dried. He looked like Barney. He looked like Barney. He got purple dinosaur. I'm gonna name this one Barney. I think Slaneesh would like a Barney. I think Barney's actually a bit more pink though. He's a bit more magenta, isn't he? I'm still calling this one Barney. Oh, the back of his spit, fuck. It would have been cool if the spit like was a detached thing that you could like have like a clear resin that you connected to it. I think that would have been pretty cool. I understand why not, because like, or why you wouldn't do that, because like it's such a tiny part. Like all this is very tiny, so it'd be hard to have like, I think that's such a fragile piece. Well, this whole thing is kind of fragile though, so maybe that's invalid. But it'd be cool if it was clear, because you know, drool is clear. I think this part needs it more. Alright, and then I don't think I need to do his claw, because I want his claw to be like a different color. Yeah, I think this one's good. Wait, no, his underlip right here. Gib. There we go. Let me just do like a, I don't know, because like with some paints, when you paint over them, it kind of like just rubs them around. So I don't know if this paint will be like that, but I kind of want to give him like a second coat of purple. Just really get that purple color all over. There we go. There you go. Now he's all purpled up. There you go. Look at him. He's all purple now. Oh wait, that was actually pretty good. He's pretty contrasted. He's purple now. He's a purple boy. What the fuck? Wait, why did it look like on the camera that he didn't? Because he doesn't have much purple on his tooth. More purple on tooth. And up his nostrils, actually. And then need to brush. It's like the inside of his mouth. I think I need a smaller brush. I have like super tiny brushes because I was going through like a I want to make Minecraft tiny little block paintings, and then I never did. I have like all the stuff for it. That's why I said if today went wrong or something went like catastrophically wrong, we would just do that. But I think this is going pretty okay. Oh! I dropped him. We're good. He was just in my lap. Okay. Just clean off this brush. Alrighty, and now we will get the rainbow one. This is the rainbow one. Now this one's gonna take us the longest. I'm trying to decide how I want to do it. I kind of want to do the pride one last, I think. I think I want to kind of go back to the Nurgle one, actually. There we go. Alright, I'm going to use a thinner brush. That means I'm going to use this brush. There's too much water on it. Okay. Now I want to use this mid-tone one, I think. Oh my god. I feel like I have to use my teeth, but I feel like I'm going to break my teeth when I use my teeth. Okay. So clean this brush. And then get my little paint rag. And then dip it. And just spread some of this around. There you go. You really don't need a lot of paint, which is very interesting to me. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. I guess I'll just do this in the center-ish. Oh my god, this is like a pinstripe brush. Okay, that's kind of cool. I feel like maybe I should have planned how I wanted these guys to look before painting them. I think it's okay. I think going with the flow adds to it. Fuck. That went in a spot I didn't want to. That's okay. Yeah, let's fuck it up more. Yeah, there we go. This is hard. We listened to the song already, okay. Did we listen to that? Alright, it's fine. My god, this is hard. I really don't know what I'm doing. I'm just kind of like slathering paint on and being like, yep, this looks good. It doesn't actually look good, but you know. Go back in and get a different brush. I think I need to put more water in this. Beep, beep, beep. Beep. Ah! Okay. Don't tell you about fun cold. I think this looks okay. I'm going back and fixing in the parts that I like accidentally painted. I need to turn up my fan because my fan is a little more hot. All these lights are making me hot, chat. Like his upper lip. And kind of like did the upper cheek. He's looking away. Thank you for the head pep, Rainer. Sorry for the delay on that. Okay, I kind of want to fix this, like feather it out a bit, I think, on this side. Yeah. Alright. And then I think I want a finer brush for this. Super tiny brush. I feel like I'm kind of doing like the edge highlights too soon, but I don't really care. I don't think I'd really care. I think I like the way it's looking, and I think that's all that matters. Damn, this is hard. Nail techs would be so good at this. And let's do this like bottom jaw. I feel like I like this side more than I like the other side, because the other side is like not as even. Beep, 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 beep. Alright, then the other side. Beep, 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 beep. My god, I really thought I had more paint surface than I did for this. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I was like picking out colors yesterday, and I was like, yeah, you know, I'm just gonna make some bruised sections on them with like purples and reds and yellows and stuff. And like, god damn. Shit's hard. I feel like I'm growing cross-eyed. I think I should have bought one of those like little glasses. The like magnifying glasses. Also, goddamn, it feels so much harder to like paint with shiny and with shiny paint. Oh, I can't do that on this side. Like I'm like thinking about it. You know, fucking Games Workshop really had y'all going out here painting toys. Painting your own toys. Thank you for the alert, Zach. You know, like we're really just painting our own toys. And it's kind of like the minifigure stuff is like you're making your own toys in a way. And like, no hate, because I'm doing it too, but like, god damn, this is hard. I feel like I'm gonna look after this later. I'm fucking gonna look and be all cross-eyed. I'm stuck being all cross-eyed and shit. I wish I had a brushless mode that was like broader in a way. On the edge of the mouth. On the edge. I'm wearing my glasses and I feel like I can't even see like what I'm doing. I'm gonna be honest. So, child, don't be afraid. It's just boys and boxes to light will explain. I don't think I blinked in a while. I blinked and now my eyes are watering. Let pestilence bloom. I need this one again. Nurgle's love will ride you to the core. God damn. Okay. Now I wanna like. He looks kind of cool. Am I getting in all his highlight areas? This is looking kind of okay. Oh, fuck. That's a lot of paint. Oh, no. Okay, well, I guess I'll wait for that side to dry. Then I'll work on the other side. Hee hee. So I need this paintbrush back. Should brush up. Spit a bit more. This guy's got like a little dent in him. Oh my god, it's still not dry yet. No. No, curses. It's okay now. It looks like he has like a tiny little gash in his side. Piss. Piss all by yourself down, hands up, damn, Vex. You piss like a coal mine after 12 hours. True, I do. Hell yeah. You think that one's the most truthful? Do you think that one's the most truthful? God damn, okay. I think I need to like... Oh right, I dropped it. I dropped my rag. I dropped my rag. I'll get back to job. Have fun at your job. We'll be here trying not to go crazy. Oh my god, I have to wipe my eyes. Oh my goodness. Alright. Wrong brush. It's this brush. Executed. Alright, maybe we use a wet bit of purple. A very light wet bit of purple in case I fuck this up. Just want to see how that looks. It's too wet. Okay. Like the tiniest bit of purple. Using like my finger to like pat it. I think it's working. I think it's doing what I wanted to do. Now if you're gonna be like, Elaine, what do you want it to do? Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. Need to run like hell away. I feel like I'm gonna be using my fingers a lot. I don't know if you normally use your hands a lot when you're doing mini painting, but I will be. Because it kind of like mats it out kind of quickly, so I can kind of see if I want more or not of the paint. to me. Alright, and then I want this, like, magenta-y red. In regards to Gen Z, yup, that's... Why would he say that? That hurts. That just hurts just a little bit, you know? You wanna see how my squig's turning out? Wait. Yep. Oh, it doesn't look as saturated as it does in real life. It looks more gray on the camera. I'm like adding purple, and now I'm about to add like some of this reddish. I'm just, you know, I'm really just trialing by fire. And now he looks a bit bruised. This one's very saturated though. Like, be sparingly with the red. A little blush. Oh, that's a lot of blush. Oh god. I'm sorry about this, sir. I gave him a lot of blush. Okay, I think we patted it out. Okay. Dead. Touched my clouds. And save until I'm at least 35. You know what probably would have been smart? Pulling up our reference of Nurgle. But you know what? Fuck it. We're going with our imagination of what I think a Nurgle squig would look like, you know? I will let you touch. Oh my god, thank god I bought tiny brushes for another project. You could also reduce the amount of paint on the brush if you want to blotch it on instead of blotch it off. No, I like it blotching it off. Blotching it off like mats it a little bit so I can kind of see more of what I'm doing. I also think I have to lower my chair. Okay. Lowered my chair a bit. And by a bit, I mean as far as it can go because it was already pretty low. Okay, how's he looking? He looks like a dude. Alright, I'm gonna get some of this red. And I wanna put it in here. Oh my god, this is hard. Oh my god. Okay, now he's got like a gnarly bloody gum. I think his gums are red. I think that's kind of cool. Oh my god. I'm trying to be so gentle because it's so small. But like the way I'm painting this, I can feel the figure move every time. What's up? You want to see him? Go. I don't know what I'm doing.
He looks like a watermelon Jolly Rancher.
You have to cutify my guy. He was supposed to look. He got.
Tell me he does it.
I don't know what he looks like.
Or like the watermelon jelly beans. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Could you leave me alone? He's not supposed to look like watermelon. God damn it.
He's green on the outside and red on the inside.
God damn it. Not even done yet. Don't judge a squig by his halfly done paint job.
I'm not judging him. I'm just observing him.
Don't perceive him.
Would you like a snack?
Yes, please. God damn it. Pixel says it looks like a watermelon Jolly Rancher. Which is not what I was going for. Which, you know what? I think I know how to fix this. Yeah, I want to use this one. Watermelon's a great nickname for a squig. Okay, well, his name can be Watermelon, but he's not supposed to look like a watermelon. Okay. I want this brush. Okay. I don't know if that helped or not. There's like a hair on this brush and it's fucking me up. Trying to give him like some jaundice. We're giving him some jaundice chat. Watermelon will get jaundiced. So we have Barney. Barney's the purple one, and this is Watermelon. I don't know what the rainbow one will be yet, though. Maybe we'll give him a normal name, like Jack or something. Oh. It's a crevice I can't shove my finger into. The fuck? I'll fix it later. I realized these bruising colors would work a lot better on a human skin tone than an orcish skin tone, I realize. But I think that's okay. Be okay. I was watching TikToks the other day and I saw maid marines. And I kind of wanted to paint a maid marine, I'm gonna be honest. Down here. Okay, I feel like he doesn't look as, I'm gonna put him on the right side of the card. I feel like he doesn't look as watermelony now. Focus. Focus. Yeah, see, he's a bit more fucked up than that now. You know? I feel like he needs more like just a wash of red. You know, I feel like he's got too, he needs like a general hue pass. Okay. Let me open that red. And just kind of water it down a bit and just kind of, oh, this is scary. Add more all over the place.
I also have red washes.
No.
Okay.
Oh, I got them wet. I want the problems. I want to do it the Jamin way. You got to do it the hard way before you do it the fancy way.
Yeah, you can't just water right down. Okay. This is technically about as old school as it gets because it's basically just watered down paint.
Yeah, but I have watered down paint. I don't have technically watered down paint.
This isn't technical, it's just a paint.
It's technically.
Okay.
I think I give him too much red now. Alright, I think we need that Nurgle green. Because it's like a sickly green, and I think we need that. I think that's what we're needing. I think it's got too much saturation on him. I think it's time for some Nurgle green. Oh god, this paintbrush is wet. Alright. Good bit of that Nurgle green. Ooh, look at that. Like boogers. Looks like boogers, chat. Alright. I want this broader brush. I'm just gonna mix it. I'm fine with it mixing with the yellow. Just kind of. Well, that's not exactly what I was going for, but you know what? It's fine. Make some here. I just accidentally wiped away fully because I didn't wait 2 seconds. She says alone. Okay, I need a different brush. That's not fucking drooling with paint water. Says alone. Says. I feel like this is like a zombie dude. Which I guess Nurgle is a bit zomboid, if you think about it. And he looks like he's got mold on him. Look like he got mold on him, chat. Now I know how to make something look moldy. It's very interesting. I didn't imagine him to look moldy, but you know what? I imagine that Nurgle Squigs could be kind of moldy. He looks kind of moldy now.
Yeah, he do.
Yeah, moldy watermelon now. Ooh, thank you. Have a snackis. You guys want to see my snackis? This is my snackis. Pixels made me pretty snackis. And I have to eat with my left hand because my right hand has paint on it. I don't want to eat acrylic paint. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep. I feel like I added too much of the green on the side. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. He's looking like something. I roughly follow 60-30-10 for Nurgle. Green, yellow, red. What about purple, though? feel like I might have added a bit much on certain color. I think I'm just gonna go for like a stippling method. I like a stippling method. I think it's fun. He looks like he just got back from like one of those like marathons where you run and paint and stuff. He looks kind of like he honestly looks moldy. I don't know how else to explain the way he looks than him just looking moldy, I'm gonna be honest. Yes, I shade with red and purples. Interesting, okay. Well, our boy's a little moldy. We got a moldy boy on our hands. And I think, you know what? I think Nurgle would have a pet squig that's a bit moldy. You know, like the Nurgle, or yeah, the squig just kept going out and dying and stuff, and so he would keep bringing them back with more and more like diseases. So now he's just kind of like living, but with like herpes and gonorrhea and AIDS and pneumonia and liver failure and jaundice. Because moldy is good. Moldy is good. I want to make his mouth more fucked up. I'm gonna use some of the Nurgle green. Use some of the Nurgle green on his mouth. Oh no, my finger was wet! Fuck. That's okay. Actually, that was okay. I just find it interesting how, like, patting each of these colors are, like, they react to me patting it differently. I think this one needs more colors. Like, I don't think I added any purples to it. So it looks a lot less interesting than the rest of his body. Are you familiar with the Garden of Nurgle? I am not. What is that? Tell me more. Tell me more. I'm intrigued. He's a garden? It's just like a garden of diseases? And maybe poisonous plants? Deadly plants, possibly. But I'll make sure... I'm gonna make his teeth so white, though. I'm gonna make this guy's teeth so fucking white. You're gonna be like, how does his teeth stay white? I'm like, because he brushes his teeth. Slaneesh's one will spray paint their teeth. I want his teeth to be pink. Oh my god. I didn't mean to add that much red. No! Oh my fuck. Oh my god, I did not mean to add that much red. Beep, 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 beep. Add back the purple, god damn it. I like washed away all of the Nurgle green. No. How did I do that? Be moldy again. There we go. I want you to be moldy again. He looked like he got burnt and then severely scarred. Nurgle's domain is the Garden of Nurgle. Imagine a place where life and decay are both great and abundance. Towering mushrooms, rotting trees, twisted flora everywhere. Then I think this guy would do great. I think our little watermelon would thrive then, you know? I think watermelon would have a great time there. I very much am liking the stippling technique. I think it's because it's the only way I can understand things. But I think, you know, it's working. I think it's kind of like stamping the brush down onto it and then kind of like blending it out is working kind of good for me. Alright, where do you need other colors? Do you need like a slight bit of purple on the side? No. No. I refuse. How many times have I said stifling? And you've never corrected me.
Because I've been in the other room eating.
Shut the fuck up. It's stifling. I don't care what that man says. It is stifling. God damn it. So not stifling now that I think about it. Well, whatever. It's like a little trash boy. This guy's a little trash boy. Yeah, a little trash man. Watermelon's a little trash baby. And we love him. Bleep bleep. You need more purple on your chin. You got purple. You got purple. Alright, and then we do red.
I opened a packet of gushers. Every single gusher is red.
Whoa, what the fuck?
I don't know if I'm upset.
He's a moldy boy now.
Oh, yes, he is. he's got little mold splotches.
Pixels just opened a bag of gushers, and he only got red gushers. Which, you know, that's pretty pog in my opinion. But that was a lot. Boop, boop. Oh. He has little mold spots on his belly. I don't think my finger can fit underneath here, though. It cannot really. How do you do his belly? Devouring? How do you do their underbellies? Because my finger can't fit down here. I'm just hoping and praying. I mean, you can't really see his underbelly anyway. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Need a woman feeding me gushers like an emperor of Rome with the servants. What color gushers would you have her feed you? Would they be all red gushers like Pixels has? Or would you have like... I don't know what the color of gushers are. My roommate bought gushers and I haven't had any yet. That was like the first gusher I had. Little moldy boy. Needs all... No, ew, need all the flavors? No, that's valid. That's valid. Do it like in color quarter. Color order. I don't know how sour gushers. Sometimes I mix a little bit of pale neutral color to give a different tone than the other betterly. That's valid. I feel like you could use a stipling of yellow. A bit more yellow in places. His belly right here. And then a little bit more mold. That's a lot of yellow, not mold. What the fuck? Alright, give me some of that purple to cancel it out. I feel like I'm putting makeup on a doll. There we go. I don't... He just looks like something. Yummy, yummy, more corn syrup snacks. Yippee! I feel like you could get... You probably get them on Amazon, couldn't you? The sour gushers? I feel like you could get them on Amazon. I could be wrong, though. Oh, I gotta fix my face tracking. Okay. I think so. Yeah, I mean, Amazon literally has everything. Nom, nom, nom. How? Trying to decide if there's any other colors I want to put on them. I think I need to put white on his teeth. I ordered dreamsicle flavored Twizzler, and I had a pack still left in the fridge. So freaking good after a hot day. Dude, that does sound really good. I've never had that, but that sounds really fucking good. I'm just having a mini charcuterie. I'm gonna get some white out on this bitch. I'm gonna get a really tiny little paintbrush. Or this little tiny little paintbrush. You can barely, it's like the what the fuck do you call it? The paintbrush from SpongeBob that was like literally a nose hair is what it feels like. I want him to have white teeth. Because dental hygiene is important. I have to, hang on. Dental hygiene is important. My god, his teeth look fucking neon. Because of all like the greens and stuff. Base the teeth in yellow or brown and then hips his teeth of white. He's a pearly white. He's the face of the fuck is it called? That toothpaste brand. Any toothpaste brand. This is the face of a toothpaste brand. Focus. Look at that white tooth. Now white ass tooth, chat. Oh my god, these teeth are so fucking small. It's so tiny the paint doesn't want to stick to it. Give me more paint. Give me paint. Little tiny teeth. Can't even see all his teeth. Very toothpastey. Yeah, he a good boy. He cleans his teeth so good every single day. I think I should add yellow though. On careful consideration, we might add some yellow. God damn, this dry fast. I mean, it makes sense. It's such it's such a tiny little bit of paint. Everything we breathing on is what's drying it faster. Boop. Now he's got white teeth. His white teeth now. You can see it. You can see the like little tiny white bits from far away because it's so much brighter than all the other colors we used on him. Alright, I'm gonna eat a little bit more of my snacky. Oops, sorry. God. Oh. I wonder how I'll do the Slaneesh one. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna finish my snacky and then we'll get right back into it. You know, painting minis is hard, man. My brain is like 110 right now. So I need snackies to fuel my brain. My friend and I are gonna be playing Paranormal Cleanup tonight. Oh, fun! Are you gonna stream it? Or are you two just playing it together? I'm gonna check out that game. Oh no, I got paint on the end of my paintbrush. More yellow when this comes. Yellow gum. Yellow gum gum. Gum from the dum-dum tree. I'm gonna stream it on Discord. I'm gonna stream it on Discord just to test out my computer most likely, but it's definitely a game I want to use for streams when I debut. Hell yeah. Maybe I'll get it so I can play with you as well. If you would allow me. Oh my god. I like choked on cheese. Poop. Don't choke. I'm okay. I'm okay. I think I'm okay. We're okay. Honestly, I think it'd be cool if he did have like a wash of like a dark. Oh my god, I would love it. I'd love playing with you. Hee. I'd love to play with you too. I'm gonna try these. I'm gonna give him like green nails. Let's give you green nails. Oh my god, his nail. Boop, boop, boop. Alrighty. I don't know if I think I'm gonna take a break from this one. I'm gonna take a break from Nurgle boy. He's looking pretty good. I don't think he's done by any means, but I do think I want to take a small break from him before I see if like I want to add what like else I want to add to him. We will do Slaneesh one next. Which means I need this color. It's like pinky color. It's called Screamer's Pink. It's this color. It's a nice color. I like it. It's pretty and I like how saturated it is. Ooh. I like looking at the different color that my paint water becomes. Okay. Okay, do I want to stipple? I think I do. I think I want to stamp like the pink on it first. I'm gonna call this yellow off of here though. Boop, 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 boop. I think I should do some blue on this too. I think I know how I want to do these now. Because I really like the, like, almost like brush strokey effect of just stamping it on here and then patting it. Like the splattery effect of it. One's over here. Doesn't Barney have like orange spots? I was like thinking, I was like, what if I made him look like Barney? I think Barney has like orange spots though. But I think Slaneesh would like the name Barney, but not actually like Barney the dinosaur. That's why she named her pet squig Barney. She liked him. She didn't like him that much though. Okay, and then I want to do it like at the top part. I do have a dark blue. Okay, then I'll do that with that color then. Boop. And then his head doesn't have like the little shrooms though, like the other guys does, so he can be more even on top. That's his tooth. Oh, I thought it was as part of his cheek. Oops. Wait, is it? No, that's definitely his tooth. That is definitely a tooth. Okay. I think I should do the blue now. Give me the blue. then let's get this brush, and I kind of want to mix the pink and the blue. What? Did I just make the exact same purple? I think I might have. It might be a little bit darker, maybe? Mm-hmm. 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 I think I want to make it a little bit darker. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Alright. And then I just want just like so much of it. Oh my god, no. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Mm-hmm. Get the under parts. Mm-hmm. This one's easier to get the underbelly because it's like leaping, it's like mid-air. Mm-hmm. Purple. Go. And that bag a bit here too. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think I need to add that purple back in. Yeah, I think this one's looking a lot cooler, in my opinion. Because we're having more like a soft gradient going. Not that watermelon isn't cool. I just think Barney's kind of got more of a gradient going on, which makes him like kind of neat. Goddamn, oops. I think it's a good thing that we'll be doing the rainbow one last. I can use all my techniques and combine it into one master technique of squiggage. I think this dried out a bit. Pink back on the tail a bit. Honestly, at this point, I kind of just feel like I'm dry brushing, which I don't think is a bad thing. I don't really want to listen to this music. Oh, okay. Alrighty. What I want to do is tongue. Hi, Moira. Would you like to paint a squig with me? Hi, kitty baby. Hi. Oh, did you wake up from a nappy? Did you have a good nappy? Have a good nappy? I can't reach you from down there. I can't reach you from down there. You're too far away now. Okay. Alright. Are we too young for this? Oops. Okay, I'm gonna take some of this red. I don't know if that's making much of a difference. Even though they look so different on the palette, they like blend very much on the model itself. Oh fuck. I didn't mean to get it on his tooth. It'll be okay. Alright, what do I want to do next? I want to add a little bit more of that darker purple in this crevice. Ooh. I try to paint in like all those wrinkles. I don't have enough paint. I really only want a really baby amount of this black because it's so dark. The way you kiss me, I can tell you miss me. This one I'm definitely trying more, I think, for like the shadows and stuff, which I think I might go back into watermelon and kind of do this kind of like just very gently with the black, like add in like the shadows to the end, like the concave edges. Or the convex? No, concave. I think concave. I don't know math. Where'd the paint go? I know I just got the like tiniest little dab. I know that you're on there. Oh, that was too much. There you go. Zoe, thank you for the wellness check. I do need to drink more water. It's like getting hotter and I am slaving away in front of like 2 very bright lights. Oh, Zoe, you might like this squig. This is Slaneesh squish, but it's got like U colors. Hold on. It's got like U colors. Is it gonna focus? Yeah, it's got like purple and reds. It's kind of cool. Kind of like all the purples and reds that. Hold on. What's got going on? It's like you vibed. It's kind of cool. Thank you. I think this one I'm kind of like, I kind of understand a bit more how the paints kind of sit. So I can kind of like get a bit more detail into like the shadows and stuff. Wonder, do I have, let's see, this, I have this brush. And do I have an even smaller one, or is this my smallest one? This one's like a thick one. I don't think I'll be using this one. I can't tell. I have to like break in the bristles. I feel like these ones are the same. No, this one's smaller. Okay. I'm gonna try this one. The lowest bit of water. I'm sorry if stream's not as interactive because I'm so focused on doing this, but I hope you guys are having a good time. Just like hanging out podcast style today. I think it's kind of nice to get my creative juices out. Oh my god, there's like a little hair on it. Hold on, I need tweezers. So much plastic cases on my desk. It's like a little fiber. Okay, we're good. That is very me coded. I thought so. Maybe next time I'll have to make a mermaid one for my wife. Like a pink one. A pink, white, and blue one. Black hole sun, you come. God damn. Where's the paint? There you go. Where's the paint going? I think it's just because it's so little paint. It's like drying quickly. Okay, I feel like... So I was gonna use the lighter purple. Oh my god, there was a lot more paint on that brush than I thought. Okay. I was gonna make like a lighter purple, but I feel like if I just do a bit of this, just make a lighter purple. Because I try to set myself up, like, because Pixels was like, what paints do you want to use? And I was like, I try to get, like, a good, like, specific colors for, like, specific moods, but also, so I wouldn't have to mix them, but also, like, paints that, like the black and the white, and, like, a good, like, rainbow variety, so that way I could mix whatever paints I wanted if I needed to, at the end of the day. Wash away the paint. I think I missed. I think I fucking missed. I can't tell anymore because I already painted it light purple. Using tiny brushes is so fun. No! But there's fibers on the cloth and it's messing me up. Honestly, this kind of makes me want to do, like, makeup with, like, brushes this small. Because I feel like you could get such good detail. But it would take a while, though, to do makeup with brushes this small. I think I want, like, a tiny cap of, like, liquid. Ooh. No, I don't have enough room. It's fine. It is okay. It's like, I feel like this brush really doesn't need to be washed in that much water, but kind of is what it is. There's too much, like, water in it. Almost. There's a tiny fiber in the brush again. From the fucking... From the fucking rag. Okay, there we go. We goob. We goob. Oh, you know what? I think I went too hard with the highlight. I was like, this looks very, like, contrasty, and I don't think I like it. And I think it's because I went too bright too soon. Yeah. I went too bright too soon. Yeah, not that it looks bad, it's just... It's a bit more than I was hoping for in those areas. You wanna be red. Okay, let's go back to the purple. I'm sorry if you can't see everything that I'm doing. Having shaky hands while doing this is like the word. I feel old. This makes me want to put this paint on my nails. Is there any reason why you can't put this paint on your nails? I mean, I already have nail polish on, you know? I don't know. Yeah, this to be dried. Try. It's almost dried. Like, honestly, like, why couldn't you just... I don't know, like, take some purple... Oh! No, I hit black on the brush. Fuck. Couldn't you take, like, a little bit of purple? And I could just draw, like, a smiley face or something. Tiny little smiley face. I have a smiley face on my nail. You can't see it. Oh, fuck. I drew a tiny little smiley face on my nail. You guys can't see it though. It's because it's so tiny. Oh my god, it's actually so fun to paint at such a like a tiny scale. Like it's hard, but it's like so dainty and cute. I like it. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Why didn't girls get into this sooner? You know? Cause like, I get. No, I'm using the lighter purple. I need the darker purple. Cause like, I get that like Warhammer originally was like a guy thing. But it's such a dainty process. In my opinion. In my opinion, I could be wrong. I think they make acrylic nail polish, it just doesn't last as long. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I know it'd be like, oh, maybe this stuff is, like, not safe for your something. Like, to be soaked into your skin. But it's like, I already have nail polish on. So I'd have to, like, go through the nail polish, you know? In order to, like, affect me. So it's like, I think I'd be okay. You know, I'm gonna draw, like, another smiley face. Hold on. Maybe you can see this one better. I'm using white. I love Mr. Kitty. You gonna see this one better? If there wasn't, yeah, yay! You can see it. You can see it. I do a little smiley face on my nail. I'm just gonna get distracted, just paint on my hand. Pickles will be like, how's it coming along? I'll be like, I actually really want to paint on my hand. Is there any reason why I can't paint on my hand? Hi. Write a little hi. I just want to paint on my hand. I really just want to paint on my hand at the end of this. I just want to paint on myself. Bigger canvas. Oh my god. Okay, I got it. I don't know if I want to listen to Creepcast while we do this. It's gonna make me insanely quiet though, because I don't really talk when I listen to Creepcast. Because I just feel like this would be such a good time to listen to Creepcast. And I'd force you guys to listen to Creepcast with me. And I'd put it on the screen. We could watch it together. But I won't. I won't. Oh look, the wet palette kind of looks cute. Beep, 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 beep. I feel like my ADHD, like the Adderall is not combating the ADHD right now. I want to look up Slaneesh real quick. I got my neck. Okay, so she has like a lot of, okay. Okay. I feel like I could have used like a lighter pink. You know? Oh, he could have been whiter, actually. Ooh. I could have started him with a whiter base, I realized. And then purple. It's okay, I can build back up. I think I could build back up some of that, like, lighter. I want to add more pinky pink to him, though. Slaneesh has got some pinky pinks. And I kind of want some pinky pinks. Let me make some pinky pinks. I feel like this could make a cute pinky pink. Yeah, a little bit more. A little bit more. Oops. There you go. More of a light pinky pink. Where do I want to put this pinky pink though? I kind of want to put on. These got like little boils. I want to put it on these boils. Chat, are you having a good time? Chat. I'm having a real nice time just doing something physical for once. But it also feels weird to sit at my desk and not be visually entertaining you guys. Because like, oh shit, because you really can't see what I'm doing. Fuck. Sorry. But I hope you're having fun. I hope you're having a good time. I don't know if I'm ASMRing my mic because I'm like closer to it than normal. But I hope you're having fun. Fuck. Oh, man. That's so hard because they're so tiny. I want to have little pink warts. I want Barney to have pink warts. Barney. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, I know where to use more of this pinky pink. Okay. Oh my god. I'm painting along with you and I'm not upset with how it's turning out. Hell yeah, I'm glad. You should I'll be sharing pics at the end. So if you want to share pics, I'd be so down. Okay. I can't spell. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, wife. Oh my god, I got... You guys remember the, my leg? You guys know the... Is it from SpongeBob? Nose hair brush. Yeah. Okay, so hold on. Oh, we're already on. When SpongeBob had to like get a paintbrush, and so he picked his nose hair to make a really fine like brush. That's the brush I feel like I'm working with right now. It is like this tiny little brush. I don't know what the fuck these other things are. I didn't know you could brush your nose hairs, by the way. Squig PNG. I just want a Squig PNG. Okay. Yeah, okay. I love that. No, PNG. WebP, fuck. Model. It's really hard to write while my keyboard's like on the other part of my desk. What's up? What's up, Pixels? What's happening? What the fuck did I walk into? So I'm using like the smallest brush I have, and it reminds me of when SpongeBob he fucked up. You want to see it? Yeah. Can I use it? Unless it's like an expensive brush. I don't want to use it. I just want a squig so it looks like I'm painting my model's painting. That's not cool. That's a squig bike. I just want a PNG of a squig. Sure. It's so WebP. I hate life. I don't actually hate life. My life is actually thriving. Is that an expensive one? Moira wants attention.
Oh, okay, I'll give you some.
Mine's a 4.0. I don't know. What? You go, baby. I can't wait to know. There you go. Now it looks like I'm painting a squig. Here you go. I should like, can I color heal him? Meow.
I see. Yeah. So this is a 10-0.
Whoa!
And this is an 18.
How the fuck do you paint with this? This is literally a nose hair. This one's literally a nose hair. Are any of these expensive? I don't use an expensive.
These aren't particularly expensive. I wouldn't use this one because it has a curve in the end. This one isn't particularly expensive. It's just one of the finest I have. These are the expensive ones.
I want to use this. I have a thickness like that already.
That's fair. The thing, these are actually better because these are really fine, but the paint dries out on them instantly, basically.
Oh, that's what's happening.
Yes.
Because I'm like painting and like I paint it and I'm like,
yes.
What?
So
look at this guy though. Look at him.
Oh, he's coming along.
I
really
know.
good. Well done.
He's a lot better than the other one.
You know it does this, right?
Yeah, that's how I've been turning
I just
him.
wanted to make sure.
Oops.
Yeah. Very nice. Yeah, so when you have a brush like this, the paint will dry out on it. That's actually why these are different, is because they have a larger belly.
Larger belly? Oh, that's cool.
So that it keeps the paint moist, and then it has a very fine tip.
Oh, okay.
So you might want to use a slightly thicker brush that has a finer tip.
Nah, it's cool.
If you twist the brush on the palette, it'll help the tip stay fine.
Oh, okay.
Make sense?
Yeah. I can't have a rainbow one. Damn it. I wanted my VTuber to look like she's painting Squigs too, but I don't know how to make this guy look rainbow. Can I just can I animate this to just be RGB? Wish I could. Yeah, it's say kind of normal, I guess. Huh? Magnifying glasses and fucking neck support. No, I'm good.
So
shit's hard.
It's hard to do on stream. I tend to.
Well, yeah, but I can't do that because in stream, stream I already can't see shit half of the time. Because I'm like, I'll be working. Oh wait, no, yeah, this guy, and I'll be working like this, and then I'm like, oh, and I have to go like this.
Yep.
I only have one brush that came with the old D&D paint kit I got for Christmas. Hey, you'll be the most creative with it. Wait, is this the right one? This was a 4. I need to move my brushes. I have too many brushes. I'm sweating like a hog. Chat, I gotta change. I'll be right back. I gotta change. I'm sweating my balls. I am back. I'm turning this light down. I can't. Probably look better on the camera anyway, because I'm not fucking blasting you guys with white light. Okay. Oh, but I can't see the squigs. It's so hot. My balls are dropping. Ugh, chat. It says it's 79. It feels like fucking 90 degrees. What's happening? Remind me while I'll be on my phone for a second. I kind of want to put... Does this look weird? Not that. Nah, it looks okay. Okay. My balls was hot? Your balls was hot? What happened to it? Did they fall off? Why are you saying was? Where's my purple bowl? Here it is. What do you think? Like from this guy to this guy, like what do you think of like
that critique? Or?
Yeah. Give me critique. I think I want to go back in with like, because in the crevices on this one, I did like a tiny bit of black, like a very thin black. I think I want to do that on him because he feels kind of flat. So I think I might do that on him.
Yeah, you might want to use, might not want to use black. You might want to use like... I
might, well, usually what I've been mixing like the black with the base color.
Yeah.
Base color just dying.
Is he evaporated? He looks evaporated.
Oh, that's happened like 3 times now?
Yeah, that's why I gave you that.
Feel like Jesus. Water! Feed my wet palate. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that was the darker shadows. Yeah, just approach it like some combination of Jamin's lessons and fingernail
painting. Okay. Fingernail painting for me is just big blocks of color. Look at this.
The big application process is more like this. The mentality is Jamin.
You expect me to have 2 brain cells? That's 2 brain cells worth of work, sir. Chat.
It's coming along.
Chat. Pixels is suspecting 2 brain cells.
Do you want an off-white?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want it cream? Do you want it canvas? Do you want it greenish?
Cream. Does that have more water in it, actually? Is a quote from Joe Rogan meme? Oh, shit. I didn't know that. That's something canonically that I think you would say. Honestly. Like, Pog, okay. Hold on, I gotta do a thing. Couch potato. Shit. Hold on. You might keep... Oh! God damn it. Ugh. Repo. Check. To the bank. Alright. Where the fuck did Purple Boy go? Did you take Purple Boy? Never mind. Sorry. This is 0. 0 too big. This guy. This is 5 actually. This one's too big. Actually, it was not too big, it's just... Okay. Here we go. I might have added too much water, but we will see.
So this one's like a bone.
That works.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
top's wet. Be careful.
It's fine. Thank you. You can eat more. Water. Oops. Alright.
I also have tans, flesh shades, and off-white greens if you need any.
Flesh shades?
Like off-whites that have a pinkish or
Nah,
purplish hue.
I could do that myself.
Okay.
I like mixing colors together.
Okay.
It makes me prove that I didn't pay buku amounts of money for color theory for nothing.
That's fair. If you encounter some colors that aren't mixing the way you think, that's because they have a bunch of different pigments in them. So sometimes when you're mixing these colors, you might think you're going to get an off-white and you just get brown or something like that. That's because of pigments. So just don't be mad at yourself if that happens.
Okay. Thanks.
If it mysteriously becomes brown, it's not your fault.
Cool. Thanks. Will do. I think, to be honest, chat, I think Pixels was really excited that I'm doing this. Because there was one time where we were, like, painting, like, minifigures kind of, like, together. And, I'll be honest, I got real bored real quickly. But I think he's excited that I've gained an attention span to a degree. And this is, like, proving it, in a way. And I have an attention span.
People say that right behind my back.
It's not a bad thing. Is that a bad thing?
No, I reloaded the stream. I got forward really quick.
I'm just saying. I think you hearing me do this is making you more excited than me. Because this is hard work and my eyes keep fucking unfocusing. But then I can't see the details. Don't shrug at me. Go away. What are you even doing other than haggling me? I need the... Oh, Nox, I don't know if you're still here, but, I'm doing a video on Plib. A TikTok video on Plib. Is Plib spelled with 2 B's? Because I know what Plib has, like, 2 B's in it, but I don't know if she, like, does Plib, like, if she spells Plib itself with 2 B's. Plibit, 2 B's? Okay. Because I would say Plibs. Like, I would say Plibs sometime. And in the closed captions, I didn't know whether to put 2 B's or not. Okay, I can go back and fix that, though. It's a super easy fix. I haven't even rendered it yet. Lullaby. God. Fucked it up. Oops. Oh man, I got green on this tooth. She's gonna love it probably. I hope so. I can send it to you. It's gonna be posted next Thursday, so I could send it to you. Because Plib never answered me back about it, but it's free publicity, so. And it's not like I said anything bad. I just said she's really entertaining and stuff. Like it's just a video of compliments. When did you ask her about it? Monday? Let me check my DMs. June 2nd. Yeah, I messaged her on Monday. But, yeah. Oh, shit! Oh, that's what I've been... Oh, okay. She's gotta stop playing with that then.
Yep.
Could you put that in, like, a little plastic baggie, though? Because that looks like craft materials. So.
Oh, there's more over here. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna have to... Yeah, I've been seeing those around. Yep. I'll take care of the rest of it later. But she's in her Sopranos arc right now. She's taking a week off mostly. That's fine. That's totally fine. It'll be later, like, next week, so... If she's, like, says yes, and she says it, like, even Wednesday night, I can be like, cool, here you go. You know? So I'm not that worried about it. It's free publicity, you know what I'm saying? It was fun to go through her clips, though. Really fun to go through her clips. Her clips are very funny. Thanks. Can't wait, don't worry, she ain't that type to get riled up. Haha, her Oblivion ones are something else. I think her Oblivion one is the one that I used in the intro, when she's like, guys, does this look like, David something? And then I just, like, instead of having, because she, like, picked 5 different images before picking the correct one. And so I just kind of cut it down into, like, accidentally clicking 2 of them instead of, like, 5 of them. But yeah, no, I could show it to you. I can't look at this one. I looked at that one too long. Yep, I clipped her. She's got 3 clips like that for the past 2 months. Hell yeah. I think if I could format it in a way, because eventually, like, I'll oh, I don't want to use it. It's fine. Actually, I kind of want to see how it looks. That doesn't look too bad. I might eventually, like, restructure how I do V-Stars, because V-Stars uses a lot of clipping, and I think if I could, I would like to, like, shout out, like, or at least, like, put somewhere, like, this is who clipped it, you know? She's too much shit in OBS and can't find the pic she wants. No, that's a mood, though. I have to, like, redo my OBS scenes, like, once a year, or else I just have too much shit. Like, I am very anal about, like, naming all of my sources. I want to use this green more on this. But yeah, it'd be nice to, like, just, like, put the name of clippers. Because, like, honestly, you could get paid by a big streamer to clip their streams, you know? And, like, I feel like if you're someone that gets, like, really good clips, like, why not? Why not put your hat in the ring? If I could, I'd be paying half of you and half of my mods already, and Kiwi, for the clips and stuff. If I could, everybody would just be more too much. Yeah, shit, like Asmongold or something. Yeah, like, I just feel like, you know, because clipping, well, yeah, it's just like taking singled out. I'm sorry. You devouring and pixels are like my main clippers. To be fair. But if I could, I would just pay you guys and you guys wouldn't have to work. And if you wanted to work, you could, because there's multiple of you. But if you want to work, you get less money. I mean, work for like other jobs. Like if you didn't want to work for me, then, you know. All the mods and Kiwi is what I heard. Yep. Yep, you were not incorrect. I kind of want to paint these, where's my 5? I kind of want to paint these mushrooms. Make, what color do I want to make it? What happens if I add yellow? What happens if you add yellow to pink? I don't know. I just kind of mixed it with the end of my brush and I don't really know what color came out. But I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it. Also, I apologize if singling out you, Kiwi, was weird. You clip a lot of my stuff, and I felt bad if I didn't also thank you. I also need to check my club clips, because I forgot the last one. I think in number 4? Yeah, I think we're on number 5 now. I think in number 4 I didn't add the names of people, and I need to do that again. Just find a better spot for it, because I didn't have a really good spot for it last time. You keep me going. I feel like maybe pink mushrooms just isn't the way to go. Maybe if I add some blue. Let me do blue mushrooms. I kind of like blue mushrooms more. Blue mushrooms with green stems, I think. Bloop, 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 bloop. You can see the... Oh, yeah! Yeah, you can always see that on a normal webcam, yeah. Guys, look, I'm being tracked in real time, look. You can see the IR emitter. It's picking up on my face. Is it ruining your immersion? Is it ruining your immersion? I want to know. Do you love me? Even though I'm breaking immersion right now? I'm gonna like move the wet palette over a bit. Yeah, there we go. Maybe that's actually my FBI agent recording me every time I stream. I could see that. Honestly, I could see the US government doing that. Those are pretty blue. Speak. Going nowhere. Yes, Moira. Damn, I thought Elaine was a big old himbo with a voice mod. Damn. You would love me if I'm not a real anime girl. Exactly. Oh god, I got it on my thing. No. Cool. I have to fix the tongue. I forgot. Oh, I fucked up that color. And my hair is in the palette. God damn it. So many things are happening, chat. Okay. Hi, baby. Hi, Momo Bug. I don't know, white or pink. I don't know what I want to use. I'll just use this guy. This sculpting tool, I don't really sculpt, so. I feel like I should have used the other side of this. That's fine. I feel like a little witch brewing up colors. Fuck. Normally it's you love me even though I'm an anime girl. This is true. That is true. Cool. Okay. My heart and say it's nothing. Damn, what? Huh? Oh shit, I'm so sorry. Why did no one say anything? I've been doing that all day. Oh my god. I gotta move my mic over. Okay, there. I'm so sorry. No one said anything. Fingies! My fingies! I'm painting a squig. I have a green one. Let me see the green one. He's not done yet. Oh wait, shit. I just heard it for the first time. That's crazy. There's a green one. I think I'm touching my monitor with my paintbrush. He's green. He's moldy. His name is Watermelon. Why are you pissing? Yeah, okay. I don't really care. Pissing sprinkler on coke. They said sprinkler on meth before, but I don't think that's allowed. So I just did Coke. Because Coke could be like Pepsi. Like the soda. Straight to my mouth. Okay. I need to put the rag back on my arm. So I keep using my arm to wipe off my brush. Alright. Feel like breathing is a sin. When I need a breather, I'll die. Okay, I'm gonna pause. I'm actually gonna go back to our green boy. Actually, I kind of want to play with our rainbow boy. Let's play with our rainbow boy a little bit. I haven't done him yet. Alright. So, we're gonna make him rainbow, which means we have to start with red. Which I have that red, but I'm gonna get this red out too. This one is Rojo Sanguina Bloody Red. And I think I want a red in the front. I don't know why I'm starting with such a small brush though. So with this one I'm gonna kind of do, oh, this is like a orangey red though. Oh fuck. I need something a little bit. So this is 4, 5. I need the 0. Is this a 0? This is the 0, but it's like a long 0. A 3. This is long. I don't know. You don't have to read the Spanish. I didn't realize it was Spanish until it was too late. Okay, this was the one I was using. They are from Spain, so it's in both languages. Ah, gotcha. Should really like painting with the tiny one. I need spicy bulldog. I made spicy bulldog and got chicken too. What kind of flavor did you get? I like the cheese one. So I'm a pussy. But I like the cheese one a lot. I just like cheese a lot. One's harder because I can't just paint it whatever. Oop. Carbonara. Ah, I had cheese to make it extra creamy. Yum! Hi, Perfect Copy Man. How's it going? Oh, come on in. Hope you're having a great day. This red is a lot more sheer than I thought it would be. You want that concentrated bulldog? No! No. The bulldog is the color of this fucking red. This red right here? That's the color of that sauce, and I'm good. Nothing that looks so concentrated like red 40 needs to be in my body anymore. I say anymore because I did eat it once. It hurt. That shit is how I imagine Demon's Blood would look. That's how I imagine Red 40 concentrated looks. Hey, yo, Squig painting. Woo, hell yeah. Hi, Risen. Hi, Risen. Yeah, we're painting squigs. This is my first time mini figure painting. So if you have any critiques, like, let me know. I'm kind of playing around with our third boy. We've been good. It's been going good. So we have, hold on. I have to do the makeup thing. Hold on. I'm doing it on the white side. All right, so we have this one. Focus. 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 Yeah, there you go. Got like this guy. He's kind of like a moldy Nurgle boy. And then we have... Where the fuck? Where'd this purple come from? It's on my hand now. We have a purpley one. Fuck, this is hard. It's like purple for Slaneesh. He's way not done yet, though. And then we're doing like a rainbow-ish one right now for Gay Pride Month. For Pride Month. I'm gonna be honest. He kind of looks like a tampon right now. I'm gonna be completely honest. He looks a little bit like a tampon right now. I think I need a bigger brush I can get. Nah, lol, paint them however you want. This is the best way to learn. And honestly, they're coming out really good. Well, very well done. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying my best. I add a few drops to my Alfredo. Ooh, that's actually a good point. Interesting. Never thought of using it for that or anything other than suffering. I use a lot of Calabrian chilies. That's valid. Alright, I'm just gonna use this bigger brush to get in to like the other facial areas. And also it could be a bit messier. Because I want to do like, I think I want to do like watercolory transitions. I think is like my plan. So right now it's a little too like nice. You know, like I think we could like just fuck it up a little bit more. It's hard because my brain really wants to follow this like print line of where I connected his face to his body.
The water's boiling.
Hello! Hi Moon! Hi Moon Calf Peach, how you doing? How's your day going? Fancy seeing you here. Okay, he's got a red face now. And then I would like to use this like orangey red. A little bit. Just kind of go halfway, I think. I love Korean food, so I have a lot of Korean chili flakes. I add some for nice spice, and a few drops of the bulldog content. That's valid. Good, just got back from work. Hope you're doing well and wanted to stop by and say hi. Thank you for stopping by. I hope work was okay. I'm sorry that, you know, you're kind of like gumming out of it, feeling ugh. But know that we love you here, and that, you know, if you need us to put eggs, spoiled eggs in your coworker's or boss's car, we could hypothetically do that. Hypothetically, you know? Hypothetically, of course. Gonna be again and again. And with me. Oops. There you go. Tonight, again and again. With me, skin to skin. Talk the way we should. I'm always on your mind. What do I have to prove to you? Maybe a one and only guy. I'm not kind of like a brighter red. Would that occur by... Oh, aren't you lovely? I appreciate it, but not this time. I will keep that fried idea in my mind, however. Hell yeah, I got you. I got you whenever you need it. But thank you so much for stopping by. And if you want to vibe, feel free to vibe or to tell us how your day went. Or if you're getting dinner, what kind of dinner are you getting? Alright, I think that's like a good middle red. It's like not as dark as like the first bit. But it's also not as neon as the other red, I'd say. Yeah, let me cycle together, here I'll stay. Whether you and I will never. Squigs! Did you make the little desk in front of your model? No, I did not. I actually got that commissioned. I got that commissioned by someone on Ko-fi a while back. I just thought it's a nice touch, especially when I'm like doing stuff at my desk. To be honest, I don't remember the names, but yeah. Yeah. If you want their names, let me know. I can send them to you. I just don't have them up right now. It is, yeah. I think it's like nice and immersive. Also kind of looks like I'm looking down. My model's looking down at looking at Squigs. Which I like. Because I am. And this gives me more of like a yellow. Feels more like a yellow or orange. But she did all the little bits to make it match up. I did everything else in my overlay. But the microphone, there's a keyboard that comes with it. But yeah, there's a keyboard, a mouse, a microphone, the desk mat, and the desk that came with this. It's really nice. It's like a little package. I feel like there was a hair in there. Alrighty. Thank you for the lurk. Alright, now I want to do the yellow. I don't know if I want to go all the way down the leg with the yellow. I think actually I kind of want to do one of these. Okay, the legs. Yeah, it is. It's only very cool. I'm glad. Why do you think so? Oh no, I got it too wet. Ah, damn it. Does this brush have too much water on it? Do the other leg. Right now he looks like a McDonald's squig. Got them McDonald's colors. Okay, then take some of this and this guy. Also, Risen, I'm hoping you're having a great day. Sorry. Sorry, the squigs are kind of encompassing me right now. But I hope you're having a great day. Okay, I just jumped on something I don't want her to be on. Moira, get down from there, please. I think I need to let this dry a little bit. Oh my, what? Oh my god. Sometimes. The cat's being a goober. Says she wants attention. She woke up from a nap not too long ago. No worries, I get fully into painting, but day is going good. New room is about to set up, then desperately needs something, some art for the walls, very comfy. Hell yeah! I didn't know you moved, but I hope the move has been good. Hope it hasn't been too much of a hassle or too stressful. And I hope you are excited in the new place, that it is giving you all the vibes that you want. Especially when you get that art in, you know? Gotta do her belly. Gotta do a little squig belly. For my goth buff monster, give me a little idea to add for my goth buff monster nightmare coin. Does she have a weapon? Do you have a weapon? Weapons are fun. It has lots of little stuff, and my word moving is expensive, but I am loving it here. I'm glad you like it at least. Yeah, moving is very expensive. I know it sapped me out of all my funds, but I don't regret it for a second. This guy has a gash in his leg. Right, and then relief. Cat's being a little bean. Little bean. Should make a big battle hammer and call it banishment. Perfect, you rock. Hell yeah. You're welcome. I'm glad it can work out. Guys, Gay Parade is hard. This is going a lot harder. It was working for the red and the orange, and now from the orange to the yellow is a lot harder. A very nice bar. And she was amused. Was very amused. You have a man, she said, no, I don't. I only have a friend. You got what I need. You say it's just a friend. Alright. I'm gonna leave that for a little bit. Yellow's often considered to be the most difficult. That's understandable. I think I kind of want to add some orange back into it. This, like, bright orange. Okay. Just like a little bit more orange. Right here. Been so familiar time, so we could build a relationship. Stand it. In the future, she was planning. All right. So what I went back to school. What she was doing. Thank you for the lurk. He's just a friend. Say he's just a friend. My hands are too wet. A visitor's form. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. Yeah, I'm off work. I spent 9 years as a chef arguing with my coworker. Damn. I'll punch him. You want eggs in his car? I'll put eggs in his car. And guess what I sold? Alright. Deciding what I want to do next for our boy. I think I want to do cream color. Good job today. Yes, good job today. I'm proud of you for not going to jail for fighting someone. No, it was fun. I had an argument. ADHD. I had the argument. Oh no, that's a mood. That's a fucking mood though. On God. That's such a mood. What I want to do is teeth. But I'm glad you're here. We have missed you. My brush is not. I think I had green on this brush. I forgot to wipe it off. I just realized I called the doctor today to schedule an appointment. They never called me back. Oh well. I want something a little bit wider, I think. Five, 4. Do I not have it? I guess this one could work. Okay. Home tomorrow. I'll call the people tomorrow too. Like this little tooth he got. Just got a big strong tooth. Okay. Let that dry for a second. Get this guy really quick. Good today. Antidepressants. I'm feeling good today. Alright. Go. Antidepressants. I'm shit today. Fuck. It's fine, I can fix it. Not a oh fuck. Just time beat each other with a baseball bat. Nice. I want to do this to the other one too. Where's the rainbow one? There it is. Rainbow. I like this tooth color instead of just using white. Feeling good today. Oh gosh. It does. Doing it on these teeth are hard, but I think I got a method for it. I think I got a method for this madness. There we go. Yeah, that works. Can't really do it on the bigger ones, but that works for the tiny ones. Didn't know, but you didn't know. So silent, free, chicken chicks inside of me. There we go. Do the inner of his mouth pink, because I already have it. He's gonna be a more normal looking squig on the inside, I think. That pink. He's got pretty pink gums. I'll have to redo his teeth though. Thank you for the lurk! Have a good time playing game. TV. It's a violent pornography. Yeah, I'm gonna redo his mouth. I'm just gonna be messy with it. So I can get the inside of his mouth. Trying to make the inside of his mouth a color, but it's so hard to get in his mouth. Makes me feel like I'm brushing his teeth. Brush, brush, brush. Brush, brush, brush. Brush, brush, brush. Brush, brush. Oh. Okay. I forgot the awful state I left my room this morning. Oh no! Is it so bad that you have to clean it? Is it so bad that you gotta clean it? Alright. Alright, okay. It's like, what was I doing on what now? Break this. The floor is covered in pills. Oh no! Yeah, you should probably pick those up. Should probably. I'm gonna be like, if it's clothes everywhere, you know, just shove them in the corner. You know, but if it's pills, you should probably pick them up. Now, I know expert, of course, but one could reckon that picking up their butt pills is probably a good idea. And, I forgot I took an edible. I forgot to tell you guys, I took an edible. I took a sativa edible. I took half of a sativa edible. I was supposed to tell you guys right away. I forgot. At least there's no pets. That is true. That is true. No pets make it less of an urgency. But now you guys know. ODs, what? I'm back. Welcome back. Better get there before your Roomba ODs. That's true. You got a point. Got a point. Dude, I totally fucking forgot that I took that edible. So I was like thinking, and I'm like, my brain is thinking kind of weird. Why is it thinking kind of funny? And I realized because I took an edible. Hey, stoner friendly, my girl. I tried joining. Yippee! Yeah, nah. This is a stoner friendly chat. I'm a stoner. We get fry every Fridays and watch TikToks together, and I get high a lot. I get high every weekend, so my favorite state is being high, so other than sleeping and streaming. I do really like streaming. Anyone else in the house would probably OD on the dose I'm... That's crazy, Vexed. That's crazy. Yeah, you better pick those up. What if someone goes, yummy pill, gimme. And they go, nah, 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 nah. And then they did, you know, they die. Because you're too strong. Normal medicine can't contain you. No, I keep fucking it up. I need that tiny hairbrush. I think it's time for the tiny, tiny brush. Oh, sorry. Thumpasaurus, I'm pissed. What the fuck? If they did that, that would be their fault because the youngest person here is 17. You kick them out. You kick them out. No drugs for them. I'm pretty sure it's on Spotify, but I feel like you'd get a kick out of it. Yeah, it seems like I got it. I'm excited to hear it. I need to cover the brushes I'm not using again. Oops. There you go. Into new kit. I'm not really using this one. I like my brother, he's chill. Okay. Fine. But he has to stay outside of the milk club. Started in you. Alright, this one was soft already. I forgot they've got drool. Oh no. I don't know what gum color I want. I think I want to do like a grayish white. I'd rather die than send him here. He is very good at being mean to me. No, that's valid. That's how the youngins are though, huh? It's just gonna make not the color that I want. I'm just realizing. Give me some green. I want this like grayish color. There we go. That's what I wanted, is this grayish color. Cool. Like, he's so good at being mean, it's impressive. That's crazy. Well, that's how younger kids are for you, though. I think I spreaded the paint out too thin, and I fucked up the tooth again. God damn it. Honestly, I just should be doing the teeth last. I also realized I missed a tooth. I think that's a tooth. Yeah, it is a tooth. Okay, I'm just gonna make this color really quick. And some of this color. I like the song. I like the vibe of it. A little bit of this color. Thank you for the song request. A little bit more white. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, nice. Okay. Alrighty. Is there anything more I want to do to this guy? Yes. I'm gonna take more of this red, I think. Add it into the crevices. I like the drum and the saxophone in this. It's a very nice mix. Ooh, I like the name of this song, Rot for Clout. Ooh. 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 Where did the thing? Here it is. Water. There you go. Jamie Page is pretty cool. I like this. I don't know who this is, but I'm digging it. This might be might have to save this one. Nice. All of her music is peak and super gender. What is super gender? Gender what? What does super gender mean? But I like it a lot. It's a vibe. It's just very gender. Okay, mood. Maybe just like a fluid term? Maybe. I'm just gonna take it at face value, you know? Sometimes things can just be as they are in whatever state they want to be in, you know? My bestie uses it a lot. Interesting. The trans terms, it's just anything that makes you feel gender. It's kind of hard to explain to cis people. Oh! I think I get it. Is this Teto's official voice? Is this... What? Huh? What was the song? Was it the Vocaloid Tetos for the last song? I don't know. Teto Ra! Yeah, the one before this one? Yeah. Is it? Is it Teto? I don't know. Kinda did sound like it, though. I want this yellow. Is he too dry? Might be. It was! Haha! Trust me, I'm sure you're fine, Moon. I don't think anybody would get offended over something like that. At least not in this chat. I'm sure there's some people's chat who would. Just put a Bob Ross with my mini? Fuck yeah, dude. Let me see. What do I get to see? You know what I think would actually look good? Like a bright green. Like this one. Ah. Well, that got me hitting ya. Yeah, I'm just vibing. I was having a bit of inhibitions earlier, but now I don't. Took advantage of a happy little accident. Fuck yeah. Mood? 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 Mood though? Because I kind of just did that too. Because I fucked up the teeth and I got like other colors on the teeth, but I think that's okay. Because like this is the Nurgle one, so it's meant to be kind of fucked up. Also, I realize I'm not using the stand. There you go. Skin will go there. Needed to dry. I don't know. I don't understand how it works. Well, am I so brewing anyway? What are you painting? I am painting a squig. They are, if you don't know what Warhammer is, they're just kind of these like weird little goblin creature. Here, I can show you. Makeup palette style. It's like these weird little pig, orcish pig things. They're typically red, but I wanted to make mine different. So I'm painting this one in the name of Nurgle, who is like the kind of like the god of pestilence in a way. Where death is ever are funky. Yeah, I know, right? I love them too. And then I have this purple one in the name of Slaneesh. Warhammer for the greater good. Yep. And then I have, where'd Rainbow Boy go? Oh, he's over here. I had started on Rainbow Boy for Gay Pride Month. I don't know if I sectioned him well enough with the, sorry, I keep covering my, I don't know if I sectioned him well enough for all the colors, but I'm gonna fit them regardless, so. That's okay. Dude, I love these. I'm glad you like them. I'm having a good time. We're doing this because this was a subathon reward from back in March for my birthday. I just finally got all set up for it, so we're doing that. That's why we're here, having a grand old time. At the same time, more purple. Like, I want dark purple, though. I need more purple. Caps Lock, my goat! I love Caps Lock, too. I get excited very easily, so Caps Lock is a savior. Where's my brush? Need more purple. More purple, please. There you go. Build up for frog on the trees, and I've been looking at how you only see me. I think even darker purple, to be honest. Give me darker purple. No. That's a lot of blue, fuck. I just realized I fucked over that red bit, but that's okay. Guys, I made a gray. It's more of a gray. Hopefully it'll keep mixing. It's actually okay. Alright. Thanks for the lurk. Alright. Go back to purple boy. Feel when you feel, what do you? There's like a clump of paint on it. Okay. I need this. I just kind of want to add it to the stem. Okay, I kind of fucked it up, but it's kind of going okay. Whee! Fucked up a little bit because there was too much water, but I think that's okay. I'm just gonna wait for it to dry a little bit and then go back to that. Let's get this lighter purple. Oh. Just get the lighter purple. So I actually haven't used this yet. Toxic boils. So hard to get paint out of these things because I'm just using 2 fingers to squeeze. Squeeze. I'm actually gonna use it on those little boils. As a Tedda song, the homophobic dog appears in my mind like a flash. What the fuck? What dog? Wait, what dog? Excuse me? What dog is this? What the dog doing? Dog. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. I'm gonna be honest, Vex, when you said homophobic dog, I my first thought was dogs can be homophobic? Like, can they be though? I like this song. It's in the fridge. White dachshund? What? Why would white dachshunds be gay? Homophobic. Like that dog. I cannot tell if I'm getting these highlights. I think so. The funny story. They're running because his owners are gay. Lamau loved little girl weird. That's so cute. Oh yeah, he's a dachshund. You know what dog I'm trying to say. But that's really cute. I like him. So I do feel like I'm being incriminated when he looks at me. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I fucked up a little bit. Made a little accident happen, but we'll fix it. I don't know if we'll fix it. Okay, I think I fucked it up a little bit more. Oh shit, thank you for the song. The Venn diagram Nintendo fence is a circle. That's crazy. I'm pulling this out a little bit. Okay. Bro, this song is crazy. Alright, and then I want more of like a watery version of this. Yeah, this brush is too big. It is. That should be smaller. I don't know. No smaller. This song is cute sounding. Let's draw my mini. Alright, hold on. What? I just realized I can see the art. Yeah! Pixels at the same thing! Yay! Pixels at the same thing. Is it cool? I already forgot what I was working on. Okay, cool. I think it was this way. Oh, I see. I fucked that up too. Okay, cool. Okay. I am back in it. Yes. Yeah, I like that. I'm fighting. I don't feel I adore you. I want to build up like a lighter value a little bit. Working the way I thought it would. I have to like hold it in the fan for a second. Boop, boop, boop. Bless you. Pixel sneezed. Yup. Okay. Hi, Quetta! How are you? Eight more to go. Woo! Yeah, the UB69. I'm not using this stand again. The lighter color. Good evening. Hello, Odie. How are you doing today? Oh my god. think I did fuck that one up. That's fine. Exhausted, but there's a nice rainstorm going on right now. That's good. I like that. That's nice. That's relaxing. I'm sorry that you're exhausted though. I hope the rainstorm like lulls you into a sense of relaxation at least. I'm just here painting a little squig. Little squiggage. Trying to do highlights, but I'm kind of high right now, so sorry. Okay, serious hard question. The fate of the universe hands is about how bad or good are buzzballs? I think they're okay. I think I had one like once. I had it as a... I tried it when I was 21. And it was more bearable than, like, just drinking nasty alcohol. But, like... Also, I feel like they're a bit pricey. To be completely honest. Oh my god, what the fuck? I got a Mega Ball for 15? Goddamn! Goddamn is right. Are you drinking it? What flavor did you get? I desire to know. I desire the truth. It is purple again. Lord. Major orb ponderage. Oh. It's like one letter off. Berry cherry limeade. Sounds like it would go well with some dried fruit or wings. Oh, fuck. Stop. You're gonna make me hungry. Stop. Stop it, you. Why would you say such criminal things? Especially to someone who's high. Where do you get off telling me tasty things? Well, I am inebriated. Oh, fuck. What color was I gonna do? See, now you've made me forget what color I was gonna do. So I just got off work hungry. Fuck. When we go on IHOP then. When are we going to... Oh, fuck. That was a lot of white. Frick. Frick. Actually, I could use the end of this. Why am I using the end of this? Why did I just dip it in water? God damn, cause was that at Costco? Was that at Costco? God damn. I'm gonna have to go to Costco now. Once again, forgot what I was doing. Like, oh, it's for saliva. That's right. Oh my god. I just spilled water everywhere, I'm sorry. We made stroganoff, so no IHOP. No! What do you mean no IHOP? Well, if you're hungry later, can we go? Taco. Nice. I'll have to check out my Taco then. I'll go to my Taco. I'm painting the drool. It's really fucking hard. Okay, I got it. I got the thing. You can have some mine's closed. You can have some mine's closed and that real okay. Well, mine don't. I don't think. I don't actually know. I don't actually know how late they stay open. Here. Oops. I'm do pink eyes. I think so. Okay, so I fucked up the eyes, but maybe if we dry it, it'll be okay. Okay, it's not drying. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, weird. I thought it was thin enough that it would just dry on top. Okay, well, it happened again. I'm done! Yippee! Good job, Kiwi. I'm gonna lurk now. I want to play some Night Rain. Enjoy Night Rain. Tell me how it goes. You better come back and tell me how it goes later. But thank you for the lurk. Okay, I got one eye. Honestly, I should use white on this. This little eyeball. Okay. Alright. Alright, now I need the really tiny paintbrush. I need this color. I don't know how well this is gonna work, chat, but we're gonna try. Wait, I think I need to twist it. Okay. Fuck. Oh. Eyes are the hardest part right now. Okay. What I thought. Fuck. Man. I got a brush being weird. There you go. Should have beat it up a little bit. Go. Nice little white eyes. Cute. Okay, let's see if I can finish this highlight bit. Just dropped it. Fuck. Oops. Yeah. His forehead.
With the chicken
Jesus Christ! Thank you for the wellness check, and thank you for spooking the shit out of me, bro. God damn. Yeah, let me drink some water. Scared the shit out of me, dog. With the chicken strips. With the chicken strips. Is it because I need to also check the Discord? I do something wrong with her. Yo! That's so cool. Yo, that looks sick though. You did a really good job, Kiwi. I like your use of colors. Nice. That's cool. Skin looking good too. I mean, getting ready. Getting ready for what? Sound like a threat. I think they have a blue inner mouth actually. You can feel something inside me saying, I really don't think you're strong enough, no. I really don't think you're strong enough, no. I started with darker hair because I got intimidated. No mood. That's what I did too. I also started with dark. That is not the brush I want. What brush I go on? Where the wanted what? Sentences are hard, chat. Where the what? What the fuck? Is it this one? No, it's not that one. Oh, it's the one that's been sitting in water this whole time. Gotcha. Something inside me saying, I really don't think you're strong enough, no. Okay. I can feel something inside me saying, I don't think you're strong enough, no. I like that if you fuck up though, you can just recolor it again. It's nice. You coming? Okay, I think I need to give myself a little bit more paint. Hold you close up and you down. Oh, I can see you when I get you over here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you here. Thinking, oh no, I don't need you, I miss you. Come here. No, he loves me. I'm tired, he lets me go. Oh, he loves me. Say to say now, will I miss you the most? Way now, I like it harder than most. Night on, should do this at all. The way we moving wrong. Not in the mind, acting kinda crazy. I'm waking up, she had till we go insane. Probably shouldn't do this, first you went through this. I say, yeah. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. You better miss you, come here. Oh, he lets me go. He lets me go. And then the night, up in the morning, everything's alright. I see you when I wish you were right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Oh, I don't need you, but I miss you, come here. Already rich, just looking for that. This party sucks, I'm about to ditch. Trying to get these highlight bits, but they're not highlighting. I think this entire time I've been working out of the camera. I actually don't know. Sorry, I scooted and I hit my desk. And close. Oh fuck. Looking for a cut. I think the Slaneesh one will be the first one done, I think. So I'm liking this one a lot, and I don't know if I can add more to it other than just adding the pieces that need it from, like, need color. Oh, fuck. No, I got it on the tongue. Actually, it's kind of cool. Because now it looks like he's like drooling a bit. Like the drool is on his tongue. Yeah. A little more pink though. Give me some of this lighter pink. Ooh. Alright, that's fine. Boy's a liar, boy's a liar, he doesn't need looking at me, boy, liar. Boy. Written, undefined. The blank space before you. Oh fuck! Got pink on the brush. No, no. Nope, I fucked it up. Fuck. Boop. Yeah. Thank you for the song request, Kiwi. Take this guy. Staring at the vacant face before you. Open up the dirty window. Alone beneath the words that you cannot find. Something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Inhibitions feel the. No one else can feel the words on my lips. I want to see what happens if I add purple to or blue to this guy. Okay, just a wet. Oh, speaking of wet, time to part the Red Sea, boys. I wanted dark blue actually. A blank page before you. Open up the dirty window. None illuminate the words that you cannot find. Chasing for something in the distance. I almost taste it. Rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you. Oh my gosh. boop, boop, boop. Okay. Brush. Blue. Brush not broken into. Why'd you play the song? I feel dizzy now. I'm moving too fast. God damn. I can't go that fast, Kiwi. Please. Please, I can't go that fast. God damn. You have me stressing. Who? Oh. Jump scared of the busy bee. Yeah, you did. I was like, this is a lot. Jump scared me with that vocal stem though. We'll say that. I think he needs more red. More red. Maybe like a little bit more yellow. I don't really have because I need to give myself more. That was a little yellow. It's okay. Maybe the Slaneesh one needs some yellow. Needs some yellow somewhere or something. See how far we've come. Where we've gone. Make his teeth more gross. Goodbye to everyone's coming to the ground. So we're gonna find out. See how far we've come. See how far we've come. To the end. Yes, we're gonna reach out. See how far we've come. And his tail to look bruised. He uses it for fighting. A deeper blue, maybe. It's over for you. Coming to the ground. Well, I guess we're gonna find out and see how far we've come. Let's see how far we've come. Alrighty. I'm gonna go back to the gay one now. For a little bit. So I have all this yellow. You come. we go. Alright, and then take the green. I think that green's too wet. I think I needed more green. Boop, 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 boop. Oh! This brush was very wet. I did not recognize. Alright, cool. Cool. Alright, green. Time for the green, chat. Forgot to do the inside yellow, but I can do that after. Make sure that oh my god. I'm like, yeah, okay, almost done. Time to blend, but then I find that I didn't do half of it. Oh my god. Okay, that worked out. That worked out a little bit, kind of. Beep, 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 beep. Cool. I look like I'm looking at, like, if you look at him from upside down, he looks like a penis. Like, his legs right here look like the balls, and his tail looks like the penis. I'm gonna be honest. He looks kind of like a mango now, though. Okay, what it does? Tell me it's not true. I don't think you can. Feeling scared. Up out of here. I'm down the wish. Look how this is turning out. I like it, chat. My mind, head up inside. Priceless. I don't think I got all the pink in his mouth. space before. Everything the stars that goes. Touch the planets. Watch me grab it. Oh, 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 like, oh, 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 oh. Come with me. There we go. Wait, I want to paint his... I'm going to paint his little antenna black. So I imagine that, like, this squig, kind of like a prism, you know, he's all dark, and then when his anglerfish little light lights up, he looks rainbow, because his gem is a prismatic shard. So that's cool, and I think that would be cool. He looks like a mango. Did I do these colors right? Okay, thank God I did. I was like, wait a second. Wait a damn second. I scared myself. It's the green scaring me. Go. So please, I can't breathe. Please don't say you love me. You know what? I'm gonna try something. I need this guy. Pog? Okay. And I don't wanna go. Big night sky, please hurry, leave me. I can't breathe. Please don't say you love me. You go. One word from you and I will jump off of this ledge, baby. Tell me don't so can go back. You need different one. Go. Oh, fuck. Dry. Cool. Don't mean that it's what I do when you're out of sight in my mind. Horizons where can part of the story. Okay. Believe in the Q-tip method. I have to do it a different way. Again. Oh. God damn it. That's what I find. Get this red back. Give me this red. Fucked up his snoot. Snoot is fixed. I'm gonna fix pole. Pole is good. So now, is it gonna focus? Be cool if it would focus. Fuck. Yeah. Fuck. Look at him. Look at him. He's starting to look. He's got all the colors. It's looking pretty cool, to be honest. Okay, put him away. Back to purple. I think it's time to do his teeth and his toes. Starting with his toes. That's crazy. Never be alone, have someone to hold. The nights were old. Teeth say it's not that big, but it's not that bad if we got. It's all we have. Enjoy it. I feel like I put too much water in it. Too much water. Oops. I have made an oopsie, chat. Oopsie is fixed. And at the end, it's stronger than they there's meant. Oh fuck, his tail. Fuck. I have to wait for him. Okay. Does anybody else need anything? Do you need anything? I think you're kind of good. Maybe like a thin wash of the Nurgle green, maybe? Back to the Nurgle paint. Things in my room, I miss you all the time. Live on the internet just to see what you'll find. I think Nurgle Boy might be done. I think he's done. Yeah. I fix his nails. Okay, Nurgle Boy is done. Oh, I need the cardigan. I just... Wait. Woo! Woo! There you go. Nurgle Boy is done. I think I like him. He's like a... I don't know how to describe him. I just like all his... He's like a hulky green. I like him. He's escaping. He is. I think he's done. Yeah, actually, the back of his foot's kind of boring. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, the back of him was a little boring. Also, he could use some more of this, like, bright green. I wonder where to fly. Oh, you know what? Let me dirty up his nails a little bit. There we go. Him to look a little bit more diseased. A little bit more disease. He's looking really good. Thank you. Do you think that your Nurgle Marines would have him as a pet? Fucking focus. 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 Focus? Maybe? Yeah. Camera really doesn't do it justice, but we'll make do. they would be happy to have him as for. Make sure you post photos in the Discord when you finish. Oh, of course I will. It'll be like the first thing I do. Back of his feet are a little boring, so we can add more of that there. Like dabble, like just stabbing my paint. So just want a very thin layer of it. I don't want a lot. The kind of thing. You know what? I have an idea.
Okay, I like it.
Hi,
Picasso.
Casper! Squigs would make a great Nurgling mount. I believe it. Maybe I try to... Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. I only have... But it'll work. I need the pink. I need pink. I need pink, chat. I need pink. Hello. Hello. How are you? Okay. Oh God, this is so hard. I think I made him look like he has berries. Wait, okay, now I want to use this one. This should be stiff now. Let's take a little bit of this cream color. Just a little bit of it. Wanna see him? I was trying to give him acne spots.
Damn, he's diseased as fuck.
Yeah, is that good? That's good, yeah?
I mean,
Nurgle would like him?
I mean, that's, he's, got disease and shit, so.
Okay, here's Mango. He's a mango. He really looks like, because he doesn't have blues and the purples yet, he just looks like a mango.
He is just a mango. He's just...
Yeah. And then here's the Slaneesh one. I did the drool.
Flag.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
I don't know how to make her prettier, though. Because, like, I like the contrast, but I want to make her Huh? Oh, I have to redo the teeth.
Okay, I was gonna say, I think this is a tooth over here.
Yeah, it's a tooth.
Yeah, okay.
But I want to make her prettier. Because, like, I looked up Slaneesh earlier, and, like, she's, like, way... Like, she's got more whitey, purpley pinks. I want to make her pretty. Like, this, you know? Whitey purples.
Okay.
A little more pink.
Do you want a different color?
Like what? Nurgles really wants to leave. This is like the 5th time I've dropped him in the last, like, 30 minutes.
I have... One second.
Okay. This gives me a chance to finish his box. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm dropping. Okay. Gotta clean up a little bit, champ. Gotta clean up a little bit. Oh, it's not this one. It's all about love. Wherever you go, that's where I'll. Like a little bit yellow.
Yeah, I think you have one of those things that I have, which isn't a lot. This is the only other thing I know. It's kind of a off-white that's a different shade.
I want her to be prettier, not grayer. Oh my god, arm reveal from Pixels. Did you guys miss it? Arm reveal from Pixels. Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys missed it. Arm reveal from Pixels. Oh my god. Oh, you guys missed it. God damn, chat be slacking. Someone clip it. They won't, because they won't know when it happened. Huh?
It's like the third time I almost closed it.
Yeah, but no one hyped it like I am now. So it's like cooler now because I hyped it.
No, you're right.
Okay. Is there any critiques you have for me so far? I'm not willing to accept any critiques on the Rainbow Boy.
Why would I have anything to say about him? He's perfect.
My mother-in-law called me to go take care of a spider in the basement because my sister-in-law and her husband are both scared. That would be us. That would be us. That's valid. Are you not scared of spiders, Kiwi?
I don't know. He's pretty good. I mean, if there's any more details that you want to add to this point, you can.
Like, how would I make him look more diseased if I wanted him to? So I try to do like little gross acne bits.
I mean, I think as far as like paint goes, you're doing pretty good.
I wish he was more boogery, like shit's oozing, like he's sick.
Yeah, so like, you could add some like pustules and stuff, but that would be like adding on like some technical paint could do that, or like some stuff other than just like paint, and then you could like paint it. Also you could we have like gloss.
Thanks, Kiwi. I don't care about spiders. That's valid.
You could also like use a gloss finish to make parts of him look shiny and oozy. But you do that kind of at the end because you put a protective coating on him, and then you'd like do gloss.
Do like some neon green. How do I do neon? Neon green is like orange, green and yellow, isn't it?
Well, neon's its own thing that you can't do.
I don't believe him. I don't believe him, chat. I think I can make a neon green.
This is like forest green. This is green as fuck.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I got it.
He needs to be mixed.
Kiwi, why don't you care about spiders? Spiders are scary. Hmm? What? Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, pour highlighter fluid in to make neon. Ooh. So there's a IDK if that's the word for it, but it sounds like it would work. It would work for an orc. Putting lighter fluid into paint to make it neon. I believe that. I believe that. Kiss her, love her, that girl. How to make hot pink? Dang. Those normal colors. try it. You can also image it. Whoa. Okay, I will try this. Okie dokie. And then. Okay.
I think I like messed up my wrist chicken yesterday.
Oh, be careful.
Oh, I need to think of a mixer.
I think you printed one.
I couldn't find it yesterday, and then it doesn't fit these. But then I found it this morning. Here's this one.
Thank you.
I also do have, if you want, I have inks which are more saturated, and you can mix them with the paint. I don't know if that's something you'd be interested in.
I think I'm okay.
Do you need a new palette?
Do I need a what?
Are you running out of palette space?
Yeah.
You don't have to do it now. Here's your voice.
Thank you.
Just turn it all away.
Everything's trying to leave. It doesn't want to play anymore. It's like, I'm done. It's been fucking hours.
Yeah. So yeah, if you want to use that, you just take that one off, put it on, and then use the scraper to file it. So,
The scraper? What? Oh, okay.
it'll curl, and the knife gets wet, so you just kind of flatten it out with the card.
Oh, okay.
Once it's all wet, though, it'll lay flat.
Okay. I'm trying to make hot pink. I'm gonna fuck up this palette chat just so I can try to see if I can make hot pink. That was too much, maybe. Maybe this is enough?
Try this.
Okay, you could put it there. And I will take this offer into consideration.
Yeah, you don't have to, but you can try it.
I don't know what I'm doing. Can I have some snacks?
Yeah, I lost
Just
that.
like a small one.
Okay.
Hog. I don't know where I'm gonna make this guy more girly. Okay. I'm gonna be more girly. I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl squig in the world. You know? You know, chat? It's such a big brush. I honestly want to wipe this on my cheek. No, I shouldn't. I really want to. I feel like it would feel nice and cool. Like, no urge to put it in my mouth, just rub it on my cheek. Bloop, 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 bloop. Big man someday. Okay. Let me put on a new palette. Because I'm running out of space. Ew. 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 It's kind of gross. Alright. Got a new palette. I'm in. Use the card, just like Pixel said. Use the card and we flatten the piece of paper. And now we have a wet palette once again. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna fix his teeth. Time to fix his teeth. Okay, I think I got it. The brush is a little too small. Let me go. Get the other side of it. And I'm gonna get this one. Poor Tooth. He gonna need more coats than everybody else because he was last. I told you I have frozen grapes. You're like, are there frozen grapes I should know about? And I was like, yes, there are frozen grapes you should know about.
Today?
Yes.
Oh, I forgot about
It was right before I told you that I wanted the charcuterie board snack.
Oh, yeah, I got distracted by that.
I'll suck on him. Did I hesitate?
Suck away?
Ew, what the fuck? Why'd you have to say it like that? Like, this sound weird. Different brush for these. Man, these grapes are good. Oh. We're like a wizard. Oh. It's looking cool. Almost put my hand in the paint water. Oops. It's so bad. Oh my god. My hand became so shaky. I think the Slaneesh boy might be done. I wish he was cuter. But honestly, the only way to make him cuter would be to give him a bow. I don't know if I have paper. I'll find paper. I'll find... Okay. Find paper. Find scissors. Okay. Cut out piece of paper. Oops. Oops. Alright, cut out one too many. It's okay. And then just... Oops. So hard. Hog. Alright, I made a little bow. I made a little bow. This is hard. Ooh. Every girl I know. Go.
god. It's so much harder to make a bow than I thought. Wait. Oh, she's gonna look so adorable, chat. Okay, are you guys ready? Are you ready for Barney? Look at Barney. I gave Barney a bow. I gave Barney a bow. Isn't it cute? Gave Barney a little bow. Now Barney's done. Wow. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Alright, where's your brother? Alright, there's your brother. Okay. Pog. I'm gonna organize a little bit. Want to be alone. Want to be alone. It's the cream. Here's the white. And the red. And the dark red. And then the pink. Oop. Greens. I need that green. Nope, I have that green. Green, green. Where'd my blue go? Oh, here it is. Blue. Oop, I did this wrong. Oop. Boop. Boop, boop. Alrighty, and then this, and purple. Alright, and then way back. Oh right, I was doing the really bright green on him. That's his plan. I got his eye. Okay. Oh. Got it. Alright. And then we do make him look like he's drooling. It's just us. It's not the same in this world. It's just us. Not the same as it was. As it was. It's not the same. Like speed internet. I don't wanna talk about this doing it well. America to what is doing it first. Alrighty. Now Nurgle. Oh, now watermelon and Barney are done, and now we just gotta do mango. Just gotta do mango. Mango has a lot of work. Okay. Get this going. Question how much I want this. Cool. I'm gonna give myself some blue. Yeah, I'm so forthright. Over and over and over and over again like deja-vu. Nobody wants you like I do. So I'll say it. I wanna see you in church beside the altar. I wanna whip off your shirt and bite your shoulder. Doing a brunch at the country. I think my favorite thing about mini painting is filling this wet palette up with water. Because it feels like I'm feeding a baby. Like, here you go, little baby, have your water. The big hotel. Cool. Alright. Feed the palette, yes. I give the palette some num num water, and I need to give myself water. Great. Water first. Okay. Right here, babe. I feel like this is hard. I already fucked it up. Okay, cool. Ooh. Ooh. I think other things will make me sit up first with this song, but yeah, okay. Like open door, leading you down into my car. I can become so numb. There is sleeping somewhere. Back home. Oh, my back. My back check. Oh. Okay. I want a banana. Son of a bitch. I'm gonna have to eat the banana anyway.
It was already broken. It broke when I pulled it off. You want half? I'll take half.
Doesn't matter. I can eat the whole thing. Yeah.
Are you sure you made very clear you don't want to put it?
I thought you were gonna eat chips. That's why.
We have chicharrones and pretzels.
It's fine.
Do you want some chicharrones?
No.
Yes.
No, because I'm not gonna be able to eat dinner.
There's no
What are we having?
burritos.
What?
Burritos.
I
Mexican rice.
can wait.
You just gonna wait.
I can wait. I want mine to be starving by the time that food comes to me, okay?
Oh, I forgot you're half-baked too.
Chat, I'm eating a banana. I like the way I said banana. Banana. Can someone clip that? Banana. Banana. It's already getting late. I'm just giggling at the word banana. How good is good? Hold on, I'm eating a banana. Sorry. Banana is good. Hold on. We finished 2 of our babies. We finished Nurgling's baby. It's all fucked up. It's pretty cool. Glamour shot this side, I think. Banana. And then we have the beautiful Barney. The beautiful Barney, I made her a bow. She didn't feel pretty enough. So I made her a bow. And now I'm working on Mango. Mango's our gay squig. He's taking the longest because he has all the colors. And it's hard to do all the colors. I am holding the wrong brush. I was using this brush. But hello. I hope you're having a wonderful night. Where'd my banana go? Did you actually clip it? Thank you, Raisin. Okay, I skipped it. The fuck? Wait, how did I? Hold on, wait. Banana. I like the way, yeah, I do like the way I say I have banana. That was fun. I look at gay squig. LGBT squig. Squog. Squig. What? Gay squigs? I have to pull up gay squigs? Oh, it's rainbow. I'd have to do rainbow, isn't it? There's someone I saw that did a gradient. They just did it in the opposite way that I did. I found a Nurgling. Oh, Grant, he's so green. And orange. Oh, is that a color? I kind of did. Oh, I didn't really do a lot of orange, actually. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna reference this one. Oh, I like. Oh. Squig. Okay. Banana. Okay. We're doing blending the blue is what we're doing. So. I need it to be more blue. This is a song earlier. There we go. Clear this off. Woo! I fucked up. I got fucking green on yellow. No. God damn it. This wasn't supposed to happen this way. I can fix it. There we go. Let's do purple. Oh, purple. My favorite color is green. But you know what my second favorite color is? Purple. In a different genre. Oh shit, Pog. What? I listened to him how much? Oh my. That was okay. It's one of his news. No, it's not. Ooh, this mushroom has like texture on it. This is cool.
Ooh, thank you for the song, Mew.
Thank you. Oops, that was way too. Blend this out a little bit more. I like the yellow's still a bit like harsher transition. Which is why I think he looked like a mango. Alright, and we can go back to the purple blue. Need more water. Get you. Red. This part's gonna be hard, chat. Ooh. This mushroom's so tiny.
I like the song Take That. I like the hook. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Also, the message of the song, kind of bopping. Kind of a mood. Get that orange. Alright. Song is too slow. Alright. Go back to the yellow. It's me AJR vibes, this band. Now he has a little rainbow mushroom buddy. Nice. Alright, I feel like his teeth are next. I wish I could do this one. I'm not gonna lie, Mango's got some gnarly teeth, Chad. To be honest, I think Mango might actually have the most gnarly teeth. But it's probably because he's a culmination of things, you know?
Maybe tonight.
He's got his pearly whites. His pearly whites.
Get this. Beautiful night. Maybe tonight. I think I got it pretty good. The white. Okay, and then do a little bit of white in his eyes. I love this song. Oh my god, this song, you know, how you feel about this song, I feel about you. Oh. Sorry, that took me 10 times to say. Whoa, I'm the Rizzler. Got that Riz. Unless you thought that was gross, then, like, you know, we give and we take. Oh, there's gotta be one on this side. Yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm so rizzed up. That sounds weird. Teehee.
Eat me like a bug.
Eat me like a bug. Glorb, you wanna glib this. Glorb, you're gonna wanna glib this. Glib. He's glibbing right. Glibbing. He's right glib, isn't he? Eat me like a bug. Almost done with our gay bean. You guys excited? Hell yeah, dude. Now I just need this color. Don't need a lot of it though. Make sure my brush is very wet. Cool. So now I need a smaller brush full. Oh fuck, I keep... Oop. Feel it in my fingers, I feel it in my toes. The hummers, and they got to go. Running down, forever they burn one tight girl. And my boys will force you up. I rolled a 1, I rolled a 1. Fuck. Was I otherwise engaged? I'm running on myself. What motherfucker, nobody likes you. Short. Oh. Need a QTO. And first break. Mm-hmm. 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 Bloop, bloop, bloop. Mm-hmm. 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 Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Oops. I just realized you have the little PNGs up. Yeah. Yeah. They're just hanging out with me while I paint. It looks like my VTuber's painting them. There we go. Sorry that I'm quiet. I thought I was talking a lot, and then I realized I was just talking in my head. So, you know. Boom, 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 boom. Feed the palette. So you got that boom 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 boom. Now I'm in her room boom 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 boom.
Oh my god, this is hard.
I think I need a thinner brush. Chat. Boom, 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 boom. Oops. Pop music. Video. Boogie with a suitcase. Where did this go? Erase. No, talk about pop music. Talk about pop music. Pop boo up. What do you talk about? Pop music. Talk about pop music. Alright. Oops. Get under this jowl and in this thumb. And do a gentle bit of red. parts that are too dark. At the side. Music. Oh my god, the house smells so good right now, chat. Chat! Oh my god. Okay. Just one. No, this one. Right? Yeah. Cool. Got a little poopies. Started. Life on my hand. Okay, and then I get some orange. Just want to touch up the orange a little bit. Cool. What they're talking to me. Don't even. I can control you. Alrighty. Almost done. I just have to decide what I want. He's got like some cuts on him. I'm trying to decide. I think I want them to be white. He's got like a tiny little gash. A tiny little gash right here. Oh, another one right here. Fuck yeah, chat. Fuck yeah, chat. He's pretty fucking cool. Fix this little gash. Oops. Cool. I think I think our rainbow squig is done. Another Whiplash playlist. Yeah. Hold on, let me get the card. Ooh, wrong side. Look at him. It's all rainbow. Hold on, wait. He's done. Alright, let me take some close-up shots of him. I got the paintbrush on the white. I did it. I should do a little bit of green on this patch though. Like a little patch. It should be green. There you go. Very nice, thank you. Alrighty, let me close this web palette. Let me be honest, I think I need to play a video game. I think I was staying still and being so, like, patient for so long. My brain's like, I need action! Okay. Move some stuff around. First off, I need to make sure all my brushes are okay. Wipe them all off and set them up so they can stand up good. Alright. Just trying to get all the plastic stuff together. There we go. These all trash. I'll leave them there. And my clothes. Around to give you some simulation for Ray. Woo! Thank you. And then these guys, I'm gonna take a picture together. What happened? Wait, something happened to Barney. Barney got green on him. Barney's not supposed to have green on him. Fuck. Oh man. Hold on, Barney looks like Barney went to Nurgle War. Oh no, her bow came off. Whoa. Oops. Oh. I'm too excited. I have to fix it. Oh. There we go. little bit of pink. Let me use the other side. There you go. I'm just gonna use a dot. Okay. I see flames, I see the underpants. Ooh, okay. Where is me phone? Here it is. Hold on, I think I have to turn the light up. I'm sorry if you get flashbanged by anything. Let me see. Sorry, the first picture is gonna be like bad. Second pictures will be better though. And this one. Good, like. Boop. Boop. Hmm. Shit. Hmm. I feel like it was hard to get pictures to show what I was doing, but you know, it is what it is. Oh my god. Put them in the fridge. Pog. They are done. Set a cat photo. Oh! Okay, 1 second. Oh, oh, it's so cute. Thank you for the cat picture. Oh my goodness, alright. It took forever. Forever, chat. Forever. Okay, remove this. Oh my god. Oh. Grab my keyboard. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. I know he was there and I almost laid back on him. Oh, little baby. Oh, little baby. Poor baby. Got squished. Alright. I think I need to redo my face tracking. Alright. I'm gonna celebrate. Whew. That was a lot, chat. It was like a lot. Oh. Oh. Screen. Here we go. Whew. That was a lot. I did it. But I did it. Oops. I like these guys. Cool. Havoc still playing Dune. You did it, I did it. I don't know what I want to do now. I kinda wanna play a game. But what game? I am unsure. Let's see. Could do cash cleaner. We could do gecko shop. I do want to do something a little bit more brain though. Celebrate. What do I want to do? Oh, my back. What do I play? Would you guys demo I put in Discord? Yeah. Yeah. It's the book one, right? Time bookshop. Yeah, time bookshop. Great and dance so free. So free. I think this is too cozy. I think it's too cozy. I need something that's bigger brain, Kiwi. I could try it though. I'll at least download it. Maybe the other one? The other one? Super Car Simulator Prologue? Let me look at it. I at least downloaded the other one though.
My cat just farted, Jesus Christ. Oh, did it stink? Was it stinky? Was it stinky? Oh, goddamn. Stinky, oh. I actually don't know what genre I want to play. Romantic on the dark moonlight. Should I pick a genre first? Abracadabra, abra unana, abra unana, ugaga. I don't know what I want to do. For all the night. I feel like there's a game in the back of my mind, but I don't know what it is. To be honest, Call of Duty's kind of calling my name. I think I play a little Call of Duty. Hold me in your arms tonight. Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Black Ops 6, chat. Black Ops 6. Numero. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes? Sí, Siesta. I want that game just so I can play with you. That's it. Only not worth. Not worth. Not worth. We could play like so many other games. Like Fortnite. That one's free. Don't support Call of Duty. They're big, stinky. No, they're big. We could buy for the one price of this game. We could buy probably 10 horror games, or a few survival games. You know, instead. Call of Duty. Fortnite has cute games. It does have cute games. And skins. That's true. It's better skins in my opinion. I don't honestly know why I chose it. I just felt like I wanted to shoot something and not think. I think. You could buy Night Rain instead, or you could buy Night Rain for me instead. Because I'm broke. My hands are covered in paint. I am painted. Me too, damn. What the fuck? I don't want to play that. What the fuck? All those Warhammer minis made you crave the blood of the heretics. This is true. Oh, is this one? I have to click that one. Multiplayer. It's like thinking of something. I was like, oh, maybe I want to play this. And then it left my brain. Just fade away. Dress to grill. Whatever happens, we got a BBQ to do. What the fuck? Ballerina. Dude, this looks weird. It's an actual person? That ain't no person. Who is this person? What? What? Okay. So it's a lot better in our thing. Just waiting for my shaders to load.
Battle Arena and then oh, okay, that's what that is. Okay, makes a lot more sense. Oh, there's a John Wick movie, but not John what? I can't type. It's okay. It's okay. John Wickless. No, we don't. I don't think we have John Wick. Do I? Oh my god, it's taking so long to load shaders though. So I need to fix my chair. My chair is too low. Okay. Alright, we're good now. I want to play something with controller, I think. I'm gonna be honest. I'll play something with controller. Oh god, you play COD? I do play COD. I say it, but I also don't know if I want to play COD right now. I'm thinking. It's loaded. My shaders are loading. So I have to wait a little bit. What in the world? Go away. Alright, let me just turn these off. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, nice. Is the Black Ops 6 any good? For the Black Ops, it's pretty good. But I'm going to say what I always say. And don't spend the money because they're just going to make a new one. Just going to make a new one. Is it done yet? It's at 47%. Oh, I know. To be honest, I kind of wanted to play The Binding of Isaac. So unreal. I haven't played this in a long time. Excuse me. Won't you go? Fix preventing certain achievements. Maybe. 64 fucking. How about zombies still good? Yeah, a lot of people still play zombies. All my friends like zombies. It ain't worth it, but we still fucking buying it. My friend got me this game. It's not my fault. My friend got me it as a gift. So I could play games with them because that's the games that they play. I do. I think I want to play that instead though. I think I'd rather play that if I'm being honest. So what? You recognize me anymore. Then it all fell apart in the head. I have had this game since it released. I have the game with all of its DLCs. Go away. So my favorite and comfort games. I haven't played this in a long time, to be honest. I've never finished the game though, so there's that. Oh fuck! I forgot pressing escape twice closes it. My trust in you. The only sweats you gotta deal with are the sweaty monsters that are AI controlled.
Isaac and his mother.
Yeah, I know this story. I haven't played this game in so long. Okay, I'm turning the music on. What is new run? See, okay, well, don't look at my win streak. Please don't look at my win streak. Judas is my favorite character, though. I have all of the hold on. I have all the figures. TBOI figurines. When they had the card game that came out, I bought it and I got this pack. 219, bro. That was not how much it cost. Very small on the screen. Never mind. Okay, I was gonna say, yeah, I hope I fixed it. But I have all these. I have every single one. Oh, God, Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. Come here, boy. No way, you do. I do. I have them on my shelf. On my little figurine shelf. I also have giant. Ooh.
The tower.
Aw. Yeah, I also have the Guardian Angel one. The Binding of Isaac Kickstarter. I had a job. Has anyone gotten to the end on this? Yes. So if you want to go, wait, no, but go if you want to. I changed the end, so you need all the ender eyes, but if you have all the ender, just go for it. Just protect the egg, so we can respawn it. Where is it? I think but the scan is for tells it too. No, I got the no. I got the Guardian Angel one. And it came with all the figures. I do not lol. Okay, but yeah, you can go if you want to. Ain't nothing stopping ya. Other than the ender eyes. That is. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. So I had to change how we went to the ender. I was wondering so I could make an eye farm. Go for it. I think Pixels has, no. He has a wither skeleton farm. So, wither. Yeah. Fuck this room. I don't want to. I don't wanna. Oh my god, I don't wanna. I do not wanna. Leave me alone. Ah, no! No. There's a half a heart in the other. You got a Minecraft server? I do! If you join the Discord. I believe you are in the Discord, actually, TNSD. We have a chat called Dedicated Wham, I think? No, it's called I don't remember what it's called, but we do have we have a channel in there for that. Has all the information about it. HP up! Yippee! Yippee! I don't have any more coins though. I have 4 coins. Might get us another soul card? I don't know. Bomba, no! Okay. Fucking hate those guys. I hate these guys. I hate those guys. It's the worst. I should check the poopies. I want the bomba. Give me the bomba. I didn't check for any marked rocks though. I'm gonna get Meat Boy or Band-Aid to open this. Ow, fuck. Oh, ah. Fuck. Okay, I'm being done. Cubo meat. Maybe we'll make Meat Boy. We could make Meat Boy. It'll be fun. I'll go this way first. Damn, nothing. Not even a singular. Oh! That was so rude. God damn. Oh. No, not the spiders at them. Oh, please, no. Please, no. No! Oh my god. We need health. We need health, chat. No! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Whew. Ooh, guessed it. Son of a bitch. But we really need like a marked rock. Goes up to the big room. Oh! Oh, this is gonna suck. Forgot that one. Oh! Ah, fuck. Oh! This one has batteries, I think. Or nothing. Can I have anything? Oh my god. Oh, nice. I don't have a key though. A key would be very cool. Okay, well, I guess we gotta keep going. I'm not seeing any. Ah! Stupid. Yeah, okay. Probably die. Get out of here. Oh! Yes! Yes! Yes!
2 of clubs.
Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, that doesn't work like that. I can't take any of those. I want to restart. I want to restart. I'm very anal about the runs that I get. That's why I have such a big loss ratio, chat. Fuck! Oh well. Oh god. No bombs. Please, please, please. Woo! Key. These guys aren't so bad. I say as I die, okay. Okay, okay, alright. Yep, alright. Oh, there's a chest here. Maybe the pestilence one. I don't know if you guys knew this, but this game actually is having the creator Ed McMillan is actually creating another game about cats. Yup, cats. Remember when I used to be good at this game, chat? Ghost pepper. Flame tears? Yo? Ooh. Ooh, I need to get my luck set up. Bloop. Oh my god. What's this do? Ooh. keeps saying bruh. It's one of the enemies. It's like Undead Isaac. Ah! Alright, we're okay. Nope. Nope. There's one more room. This wouldn't possibly. No, I don't have a bomb. Ooh, mystery bag. Mystery bag. 3 keys. Whoa. Yes. I need a bomb. I need a bomb. Give me what I need. I could have used those for my advantage, but I didn't. Oh well. Whee! Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh my god, that scared me. Music like died down and I thought it was gonna turn off completely. Alright. I'm not mad with it. Oh. Oh! Well, they look great, thank you! Thank you! I'm glad you think so. I think they look pretty cool too. I think they look pretty poggers. If I say so myself. Oh. Ah, it's this one. Away from me.
The magician.
Ah. I wanna just ah! Chat, no! It was a good run! I should have picked not Judas. Ooh, Clerks of the Labyrinth for the first floor? Oh my god. Ow. Yeah, woohoo. A penny for my thoughts, damn. There's a special rock. There's Mark Rock. Fuck! What is this madness? Gentlemen, this is... I can't see... Okay, hold on. Copy link? There you go. I added you in the lounge. It's that channel. Yippee! Speed up! Okay. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. Three, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Rainbow baby! Cool. Got a pink one. I wasn't healed! Ah! love this item. A good item. Good damage item. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a lot of mod. Yep. It is a bit mod heavy. So if your computer can't handle it, it's cool. I'll play on your server if you have one. Because it is a little spicy. Fucked up. Need a bomb. Need that heart. Oh, there's a little robot baby. Oh my god, I can buy the robot baby. Yippee. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh! Oh! No, please, please, wait. See, wait. Oh my god. I did it. Cool.
A bit hot. Be careful in the first place. Oh, this is the top.
Okay. Thanks. This just says I have to wait, so I have to wait. I forgot. I forget. They can't. Okay. I'm more of a middle kind of guy, but I do have quite a few quality of mods. So that's it. No, that's valid. Yeah, I could just, if you ever play and you have a server, I'll play on your server. No problem. I have no bombas. I need a bomba. And the bombas in here are just fake. They're fake bombas. Oh my god, thank you for the biddies. Thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate you. Ooh. No bombs though, huh? Huh. Huh. I'm over my burrito. This looking cool. It's warm. Alright. No! Oh my god. Are these good? This is good. This is good. This is a good item. It's the other one that I think is better. Oh dang, I try. Of course. Yeah, for sure. I agree. I love making plans. Sorry, these spiders. Spiders are very scary because they're very erratic. Good night! Good night, teenies. Sleep well. Have a wonderful night. Oh, I just realized this is on. Not game sound. Game. There we go. Nom nom. It's a good burrito. Oh, bitch. Oh, bitch. Oh, okay. The game says no more. That's fine. I have a burrito. I am happy. I think. I might call it for today. I just enjoy my burrito. When I was okay, chat, I'm gonna do that. Yum, 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 yum. Okay. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Let's go raid somebody. Let's go with Havoc. Havoc's playing Dune. You're good to thank you. Thank you, Mio. I'm gonna go send you guys to Havoc. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I'm gonna go enjoy my burrito and get off my chair. My ass fucking hurts.